Hello, everybody, whoever's listening. This is another one of these lives. Thank you very much to all the Spotify people that listen, and even the YouTube people. And believe it or not, some BitChute people also listen. However, they don't actually let me know they enjoy it, but they do follow me and continue to watch my videos and stuff, which is great news, really, even if they don't let me know. Hi, Gina. Hope you're well tonight, or this today, whatever time it is, wherever you are. I thought I'd start with the Anunnaki again, as it's one of my favourite subjects. Bigfoot is my favourite, but Anunnaki, simply because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here. We'd still be very much like Neanderthal was. We would have probably got a little bit better over 450,000 years, but we certainly wouldn't have the brain power to set up institutions to depopulate the planet. What's his name? It's just joined, so I'm going to invite him because he did say he wanted to chat with me. Sorry, so I've invited you, Lewis. I think it's Lewis. Forgive me if I. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How are you doing?
Good. I caught you.
Yeah. Just at the right time because Michael says I've wasted 40 years. So hopefully you'll be able to tell us something different.
Well, I do have some different things to talk about. I don't know. This is also the American versions of different things. Like, uh, I don't know. I said we could talk about Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the Mothman.
Yes, go ahead. I mean, I try to learn as much as I can, but obviously not living in the particular area, you probably get more and more reports than I get over here. I have to sort of hunt for them where you may come across people talking about them. So feel free to enlighten me.
Well, this is very bizarre because I didn't hear about it till the movie came out with Richard Gere. And it was called Mothman Prophecies. And, it was interesting. I'm like, well, what else is this about? Because I thought the movie was a bit dramatizing. I didn't care for it. But then the documentaries start to surface, and it was extremely interesting because this Point Pleasant, West Virginia, is a very small town that has a bridge to Ohio. So they're connected. But in a span of 1 year, from 66 to 67, they have experienced this Mothman, this 6 foot winged creature with these big red eyes. Now, the people who said they saw this thing, you know, these are like church going country folk. They'd never heard of UFOs or strange things. And, most of the time they were embarrassed to even bring it up. And
Yeah.
that's what makes the story so interesting. And so within 1 year, they see this winged creature. They've seen UFOs, men in black. I mean, the gamut goes on. And one gentleman who witnessed a UFO land in front of his car, a guy got out, introduced himself as Indrid Cole, and they had this relationship for a while, all at the
Wow.
same time. And at the end, there was a bridge that connected that small town to Ohio. In December, failed. It broke. The bridge collapsed, and it was the largest single bridge collapse in American history. And there were no
Yeah, they
more
said
sightings of the Mothman, no more UFOs, no more anything.
because the story goes that it was the Mothman, a harbinger, how you pronounce it, of doom.
That's what they're trying to say. But the one of the documentaries starts off. It's real slow. I mean, of course, there were Indians, and there was a Indian chief that was murdered, and he put a curse on the town of West Virginia, and so on and so forth. It was also a place where the U.S. Army created TNT. They were making ammunition, and so had these bunkers set up. And they said that had something to do with, it was leaked into their systems of streams and rivers. It caused some the contamination of, it had these creatures. I mean, they had everything. I mean, it was just, unbelievable. And till this day, they have a Mothman festival that they still talk about this stuff. But it's incredible. I mean,
Yeah, Gene is saying that 40 people died roughly 40 people died in the bridge accident.
Yes, yes. And then the people who saw this Mothman, there was physical evidence, with them, their, irritation in their eyes and so on and so forth, and that type of thing. I mean, was that they were seeing these UFOs so often, in the span of so many days, they would see these lights and they were different colors. They could tell you which color, what day it was, depending on the color of the lights the UFO were showing at that time.
Wow. So what do you think Mothman was?
I think, and everything that I've learned, there are many different species of aliens, and it may be another species of Bigfoot for all we know.
So do you think the Mothman is definitely connected to UFOs then, seeing as there was a spate of them and it all stopped at that point?
As much as I think that the Bigfoot is, it's not far of a leap to think, okay, this thing could be, but there are more sightings of Bigfoot than there is of this Mothman. Let's just face it. There, it seems to be more evidence of Bigfoot than Mothman.
Yeah, I think Dogman's taken over the mantle of Mothman now, isn't it? I mean, more people seen Dogman recently than they have the Mothman.
Yeah, that's rather new. I haven't heard anything about Dogman, except for on your live when people talk about it. But yeah,
I'm just going to reply back to G. Just quickly. Where is Atlantis? I did many videos fairly recently on my channel, so if you just go back and look for them, because if I just tell you where it is, you'll say no. But if I should point out that there's 14 points that match compared to other people that have probably won, if you're lucky, 2 points that match. So if you just want to have a look, scroll back. Sorry, carry on. Sorry.
Oh, okay. And another thing that was intriguing, and I think, you always talk about, well, if somebody says they seen a UFO or something like that, the government will just erase them or something. But in this town that happened, this man called Woodrow Derenberger had a UFO land in front of his car on the roadway. And this guy got out, came to his door, instructed him to turn down the window, and started talking to him. And the person, his name was, he called himself Indrid Cold, Cold. And he said the man looked normal and he was wearing some kind of a coat, as much as he could describe. But the man just had this smile on his face. He didn't move his mouth. They were communicating through mind control or something like that. So he was kind of put off, but he was like, it seems normal, it seems friendly. And then he said, well, I will see you again in time. And this guy has been on the radio, had many interviews. People talk to him. He said this Indrid Cold would come visit, took him away for all 6 months. So he said, to his planet and whatever, and brought him back and things like that, until it completely ruined his life.
Wow.
The
Did he
whole
do a lie
situation.
detector or anything? Do you know?
Oh yes, oh yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
there's you would go online, look up Woodrow Derenberger, and they show him being interviewed by a local TV station. I mean, it's incredible.
Wow. Okay,
And
that's interesting.
and then one person had said this Indrid Cole, this name, he wanted to know where else this character came up. And he had maybe there was I can't verify any of this, but one situation where there was a man in black, and one of the men in black said his name was Indrid Cole. No, I don't know. So there's
That's
that
interesting. So,
person right
so that
there.
basically then means that the men in that particular man in black either used a pseudonym that a few people are using, or he was the one from the craft. But the guy would have probably recognised him, would he not, if it was the same?
It wasn't the same person. It wasn't even the
Right.
same city or situation.
Oh, right.
So
Okay. But used the same name. That's interesting.
yes, yes.
That is interesting.
And yeah, and the more I guess you hear about this documentary and the person who was writing about it, which is why he came up with this movie, Mothman, with Richard Gere. I don't
Yeah.
know if you've seen it. Um, because it was so strange, and so many people had seen it. And there was a story about a lady who the whole town confided into these crazy stories because they were thinking people think we're crazy, we're Looney Tune country people or something. But this one lady, and I can't think of her name, was one of the writers of the story, and she was working late in her office, and one of the men in black came to her office, came to her. He said, he was strange. He was shorter. She described him as being Oriental. He had these large glasses, and he was telling her not to write these stories or why are you writing these stories, and she kind of felt intimidated. And one of the strange things he did was grabbed her ballpoint pen, looked at it, laughed, strangely, and just kind of ran out the room. And that was her story.
I mean, I have heard of Men in Black um, intimidating people that were writing UFO stories in magazines and stuff. So that's not, it's not uncommon. So that's interesting to hear that woman's version.
Yeah, but it is also how they describe them. Like they're just not right. That they don't say things correctly, or they can't. Some of the words they don't use just seem to be different. Oh yeah, she said, and this was in '67, right? '66 to '67. They would drive up in these cars. At that time, were 30 and 40 years old, but
Yeah,
look brand new.
yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, and black.
And that was one of the situations that happened more than once in that town during that year.
Yeah, black cars as well.
Yes, yes,
Yeah, it's
yes.
interesting. Yeah,
I don't know if they were taken and these gray aliens or whatever kept these cars and used them again. But I don't know if aliens can drive. I mean, that's it's like okay, that would be new. Because a
yeah. I mean,
30-year-old car from
yeah,
'66 would be what, a 40?
yeah, yeah. I mean,
That
obviously
wouldn't
they've
be an
got
easy car to drive.
they've probably got a bit more intelligence than us, so probably be easy for them.
That would be too low tech. I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
So do I, but I don't know if I could drive a 80-year-old car to get to wind up. I don't know. Maybe somebody could. But yeah, I'm surprised if any of our listeners have heard about the Point Pleasant, West Virginia story.
Yeah, I mean, I probably it rings a bell. Some of what you said over the years, but obviously because I don't write stuff down because I didn't think I'd ever be needing the information again. Um, but no, it's nice to sort of hear it again. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Salvatore's wrote a question. Sorry, I do still try and answer questions. I can't help it.
Oh, let's go.
Salvatore,
Yeah.
Salvatore wrote, "Do alien races control of the population on their planets?" I would have thought so. Obviously, there's no one's said anything that I'm aware of, but the other difference is, I mean, Zetas have got two planets, so I guess when they get too many, if they've got futuristic tech, they can just sort of go and set up shop somewhere else. So probably, I don't know. It's a tricky question to answer. Sorry. You still there, Lewis? Is it Lewis?
Yes, I'm
Always,
still. It's
yeah.
Lewis. Yes.
You know what I'm like at pronunciations.
I know a few people who say they have trouble pronouncing my name. I'm like, come on, dude. It's like the St. Louis, St. Louis, whatever. I don't know, but
Just scrolling down.
yes, yes.
Sorry, Jake had wrote Watch Project Blue Book. Oh, is that? Yeah, that's a new series, isn't it? I think that's just come out. Or was it on History Channel or something a couple of years back? I've not seen it because we're over here in the UK. We don't,
Mhm.
and I don't normally watch
I've heard
much
of a newer
TV.
version of Project Blue Book they were doing.
Yeah, that's what I think this person might be talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Um, I do love these comments. Someone, I think with the initial I, has wrote, and I bet you've never come across any of the above. Laugh out loud. You know that's to do with the Bigfoot aliens and the spirits, etc.
Well,
Mm.
uh,
Blue Moon's
I don't think
joined.
I've
Hi,
come
Blue
across a
Moon.
Bigfoot.
You sorry, you have or you haven't?
Have not come across Bigfoot.
No.
Uh,
Are you anywhere near where there would be Bigfoots? I mean, I don't know where you are in.
oh, absolutely. I live in Ohio, which is probably, from what I hear on TikTok sometimes, is one of the most strangest places to live,
Have you
because
heard
we're
people
close.
say, you may not have, but have you heard locals or people you know say that they've seen Bigfoot there?
No, I have not, other than, again, on, TV shows, because we're close to West Virginia, like I said, and there's folklore about, these kind of people. But personally, no, I have not. I don't think people feel comfortable talking about those things,
So
you
even
know.
if they did, they might not say something.
Yeah, Oh, yeah, by the way, on the coffee, yeah, I saw a Bigfoot the other day down by the woods when I was hunting. You know, Society makes us ridicules us if we say
Yeah,
anything out of the norm. I think you think they, when people see something, you think they rub them out, but mostly they just ridicule them. That's
yeah,
more fearful than getting, a gun pointed to your face is someone they think you've
yeah.
been
No, I mean when
nuts.
I say people get rubbed out, it's people that um, are respected, but not just sort of me or you, but people like astronauts or someone that
Oh yeah,
has the
pilots.
ability to make people believe them.
Yeah, I think you know they not only if they say it, that's one thing, but if they have any kind of physical evidence, then you really might run the risk of someone taking you away or kidnapping you or something like that, because that's harder to brush off.
Mm,
Like Phil Snyder, for
yeah,
instance.
yeah,
He had
yeah,
the story plus physical evidence. So
yeah. And I mean the benefit would he was smart enough to say he is of sound mind. He said this a few times on videos. I'm of sound mind. I will
yeah,
never do anything to myself. And then lo and behold, because he knew what they do, how they operated, and lo and behold, he was found as if he'd done something to himself, and that's how they used to operate. They've changed it now, but yeah,
Very sloppily too. I mean, it was, you know, it was kind of like the whole Marilyn Monroe thing. If you think
yeah,
about that too,
yeah. I
she
think
was
that
done
was
away with. It.
yeah, definitely. Definitely, the actual audio tapes, the transcripts are actually, I think, online now of the wiretap that they did the night before. Marilyn Monroe was talking to her mum about, you know, letting the world know what JFK had told her about aliens, etc., and secret governments and whatnot. And then
Yeah,
the next
yeah,
day, she was found.
yeah.
Uh,
Knocked off because she said she was going to spill the beans, so to speak.
yeah, yeah.
But you know what? Who else
Sorry.
saw it? You know who else saw UFO was Jackie Gleason. Remember?
Yeah,
He
yeah,
was
yeah. He
friends
got.
with Nixon,
Yeah, yeah,
and he took him down and said, "Here." He showed him
yeah,
the wreckage from I think it was Roswell and aliens and that kind of
yeah.
thing.
He was
And
never the same
he
again,
never
was he?
talked about
Apparently.
it, but he never got rubbed out either.
No, no. But I mean, he was never the same according to his wife. After that, whole mental state changed. I guess it's because once you realise that we're not alone and whatever else, it might change the way you perceive things. But yeah, they
Oh
went there
yeah,
because he was interested to find out, and I bet he wish he didn't now.
yeah. We all kind of walk around thinking what we think or knowing what we know, but until we face it, see it, and of course, you know me. What are the smells? I mean, I'm sure these aliens smell like something else. I mean, you can't, you know. That's why when somebody's telling a story, if they include some sort of well, a physical type of evidence too, like they smelled like or felt like or anything like that. Bigfoot's easy
Mm,
because they say you can smell Bigfoot for a mile away.
yeah, yeah, that's what I've heard. I mean, all you have to do is if you've had a dog long enough and it's not been in the bath, you can smell the dog. So imagine what a Bigfoot's
Yes.
like. I mean, really hairy and massive, and
Yeah. I mean, he's not standing under the waterfall with soap and water.
no, no.
Taking a shower. That'd be a nice thing to see, wouldn't
Yeah, that's an advert for Head and Shoulders shampoo right there.
it? uh,
Darren and wrote, I
and
believe.
that's
Sorry, go on.
no. Go ahead.
No,
Ask.
sorry, it's my fault. I have this insatiable appetite just to reply to people. Darren and
No,
wrote,
I
I
love
believe.
that about this. I love that.
Ah, I mean, you can join in and answer as well. But Darren's wrote, I believe there is aliens, other living beings in the universe. Also, I bet there are other Earths. What do you think?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think what everybody, when you talk about aliens or UFOs, they think about the present day. They say, well, how long will it take for an alien to come here? We
Yeah,
know it's 3,600 years
yeah,
is exactly how long it takes. But they did it way before we were even, we're still cavemen. They were coming here.
yeah, yeah.
They're already here. They never explore that possibility. They never even bring up that possibility.
No, and they also do it with the stone structures. Pumapunku and all these other places where you've got these blocks that literally are cut. Some of them eight-sided cuts in these blocks to make walls, and they're polished like glass. Um,
Yes.
and you get the people saying they, because some of these look like they've been heated. The blocks have actually been heated in some way, and of course their argument is, oh, well, it's not possible to heat a block, to the temperature that we need. That's because they're thinking of our technology right now. Another 100 years, you can guarantee we're going to have lasers that will be able to slice through rock, no problem at all. But they always think of
Exactly.
the right now. That, as you just said, they never think of the possibilities that someone else in 100 years, could have that sort of technology.
Yeah. And did not the Anunnaki's flying craft burn water through a system that just created energy and didn't evaporate the water? That's fascinating in itself.
Yeah, I mean that's what it reads as. Yeah, because when they stopped on Mars, they had to refuel, which you got to ask yourself, well, okay, they're clearly using water then. And Enki was the god of water, and he was the one that probably designed the crafts in the first place. So it does lead you to
Yeah.
believe that it's a water powered craft. And as I say, on one of my videos, I pointed out that mainstream had just recently managed to superheat water as hot as the sun without it evaporating somehow. I'm not an expert on it, but I showed the
Yeah.
link to it. But so if we can do that now, in 100 years' time, what we'll be able to do with water compared to fossil fuels?
Yeah. Well, there has been a few people, one as recently as maybe 2 or 3 years ago, had an engineering design for a water powered car. And I think he was trying to sell it to, one of the engineers or, one of the car companies. And lo and behold, he disappeared at lunch or caught some kind of disease and had a
Yeah,
heart attack and he was gone.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You can't monetize, water in that way, can you?
No, yeah, you can't make it pay for it. You can make it pay for it like bottled water.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we
Paxos
get it
wrote
from a
Book of
system.
Enoch. Sorry, Book of Enoch explains this is why they removed the book to keep people confused. Satan liked it. Um, I mean, if you go, sorry, I'm just going on a tangent here, but the Book of Enoch was actually removed um, before it even sort of got put in there. Apparently, according to experts, because of the language was different to the language that was being put. The rest of the stuff, Hebrew, didn't accept the language that the Book of Enoch was written in. Apparently, so that wasn't taken out as a bad thing according to some experts. But sorry, I digressed.
Yeah, no. And going way back, there was a gentleman called Iron Man, I think. He asked us if we really believed in Bigfoot. And yes, I do. I really believe in Bigfoot. I have not seen one or smelt one, but I do believe.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's harder for people here in the UK, just from your point of view, where you live. It's sort of probably on the TV a little bit more than it is here. We hardly get anything other than the Ancient Aliens program. We don't really get anything to do with Bigfoots or anything, or even aliens, really.
Yeah, well, we could drive for an hour and a half and be in a completely different, environment. The hills of Kentucky, or uh, you know, everything is fairly close. I mean, it's not just big cities around. You know, uh, that's why maybe it's nice to live in an area like the Midwest. Where you can travel, and we have lots of people who are hunters and they go off and just for a day trip and be in the mountains of West Virginia and hunt elk or deer or whatever they do, bear,
Yeah,
anything.
and the odd Bigfoot.
Yeah. And of
Hugh
course,
had,
we're only
sorry,
45 minutes from the Air Force base, uh, that housed Roswell. you know, that's right in Ohio.
Patterson.
That's only like that.
Is that the right Air Force Patterson base, or they've changed it
Yes,
now? I
right,
think.
Pat.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's in Dayton, which is about 45 minutes from where I live. Yeah,
yeah. It was a different name back then, wasn't it? I can't remember the name of it, but I think they changed it to Patterson after.
I think they still called it Wright Pat. It was Wright
Was it? I'm,
Patterson
I'm
Air Force Base.
right. I
It's
thought there was
always
a
been
different name to it.
active. No, I
Um,
don't think so.
when I remember listening to someone saying that they, when the bodies were taken, they named the place and then they said, oh, but later on it got changed to Air Force Patterson. But okay, no worries.
No. I told you about my UFO story. Of course, you know, again, I did see one. I did witness this. But again, I told no one. I told no one for years.
That's because you're
So,
crazy. You're lying. You didn't really see one.
yeah, I mean, we're a human experiment. I mean, I was just thinking about that today. Our whole existence is collaborated by other people. You know, that's why, if you're standing next to someone, they go, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" You have to kind of verify, because if you get 10 people around you and say, "I don't even see you sitting there," you may not believe it.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
You know,
Speaking of that,
there's been
Hugh had,
experiments like that.
yeah, Hugh had wrote, now that cameras are everywhere, get, I'm guessing that's guess what we aren't seeing, BS belief psychosis. I'm guessing he's saying because we don't have footage of Bigfoot, which we do, but the problem is the people that see the footage don't want to believe it's real Bigfoots, and same goes for UFOs, etc. So where he's saying there's no cameras footage of it, there is, but it's just whether or not you want to believe that that's genuine or not.
Yeah, and there are pictures. The what comes to mind is the hikers from Russia. They had a
Yeah,
photograph of a Bigfoot.
I know. I was watching a guy called Joe Scott. He's got millions of followers on YouTube, and his title was "New Evidence Found on the Dyatlov Pass," which is what you're talking about, I'm guessing.
Yes.
And so I started watching it, and he not once did he even mention the fact that the police officer had handed over to the Discovery Channel the remaining bits, as well as the diary, as well as the photograph. Not once. So I thought it's a bit of a numpty, not doing his whole video and not actually doing the full research that he should have been doing anyway. Of course, whatever he was talking about was irrelevant because it didn't match what the police record showed, according to the actual police officer that had retired. So I don't know. It's funny how these people get millions of followers and yet they don't do the homework properly. I sound like a bitter old man, don't I? But anyway, sorry.
Uh, well, or maybe they're being hushed up. You know, I think
Yeah,
still people are getting, hey,
yeah,
getting a
fair point.
nudge here and there, and don't talk
Yeah, no,
about
that's a
that.
fair point. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. User 74's wrote, read the Book of Enoch. It explains a lot. I have read it. I've even done videos on what it means for people on my Patreon page. Sorry, I was just replying back to that person, so I do know it quite well.
Hmm.
Um, Sleeko has wrote, I believe most are real and others are actual government drones spied to monitor us. I think in the UK, I don't know about you where you are, Lewis, but in the UK we
Hmm.
have the most cameras per head in the world, from what I understand. So I think if they're going to monitor us, all they have to do is kind of just tap into a camera, an outside camera. We've got them everywhere
Oh,
on buildings and streets and street corners and traffic cameras and down the
yeah.
road where I go to work every morning. I couldn't tell you how many cameras film me. That's government run cameras as I go to work. Literally the whole journey.
Yeah, and we do have cameras, and of any crime that's anywhere, you're going to see cameras and that kind of thing. But what they kind of don't want to see are traffic cameras where they're picking up people and using information to give them tickets. They'll
Yeah.
show you a picture of a scene, but they're not going to. They haven't made that step yet. It's coming, but they haven't made that step yet. But
Well, there's new technology over here. They're just releasing it now, where there's a camera and it will see whether or not you're on the phone. it will actually look through the windscreen and see whether or not you're holding a phone. That's pretty scary.
Or helpful,
So
depending on your point of view.
yeah,
If you're driving around and you got these people not seeing you and wrecking and everything, and we have a lot of pedestrian accidents because people are being hit by cars. Just because they're not paying attention.
yeah. No, there's a guy over here called Cycling Mikey. I love watching his videos, and he's got a little camera on his helmet, and he catches people where they're typing or whatever as they're going along in their car, and he sends it to the police. Of course, there's a lot of people that
Texting
hate
and
him.
driving, yes.
Yeah, but I think he's doing a wonderful job, really, because I put my phone in my pocket or I put it out of the way, and I do not touch it while I'm driving because I just know how easy it is. You look down for a split second, and if the car in front stops, it's so easy to not realise. And yeah,
Oh yeah,
um,
you can mess with your radio and be off and
yeah,
things like that. So
yeah. User 74 wrote, "Have you looked into Project Bluebeam?" I'll ask you that because I have, but have you? Have you?
no, we have to refresh me on that Project
So
Bluebeam.
that was where the government will stage a fake alien invasion using holographic technology.
Yes, yes.
Have you
I
heard of
think
that?
that's
Yeah.
well, we see it in movies all the time. Every time when there's an alien movie, they're always panned out to be the bad guy. You
Mm.
know, it sounds like they're really setting us up for that.
Yeah.
Now I can, I mean, you can't be that, I don't. It's every time, every UFO movie, every UFO, maybe one or two might show a different view, but most of the time,
Interestingly,
they're hunting them down and trying to
yeah,
kill them.
yeah. Interestingly, the two that spring to mind are both done by Spielberg. Close Encounters and E.T. are the only ones that spring to mind that they're good. Obviously, you've got other ones more recent, like Paul, but you know that was sort of done as a joke, whereas E.T. and Close Encounters, I think, were done as a serious movie trying to educate people, maybe.
And the thing about that, those are the two ones that are absolutely true. The Spielberg movies, right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
If our
Broke,
viewers are hip to that it's actual story. Only the
yeah,
places were changed.
yeah, definitely, yeah. Obviously, you couldn't do a Zach Gray, but if you look at the character ET with the big eyes and everything, you know where he was going. Of course, he'd already done the big head and the bulb and the almond eyes in Close Encounters already, so he couldn't really repeat that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I think
Uh,
our
bro-
media tells us more about the truth than we want to believe.
yeah, yeah. I think some people try and get it out there. I know I kind of do in some of the films I do, but yeah, I think there's people out there definitely trying.
Well, I suggested it to you with your film. I said you got to do it as nonfiction because if you do it as fiction, it's going to be
Yeah,
no way, nothing. You got to hide
yeah,
it in the hide the knife in the cake, so to speak,
yeah,
or you'll never get it out.
yeah. I was worried because, believe it or not, the producer that I work with is a Christian, and I was really
Hmm.
worried when I was first telling him about the Anunnaki movie because I hadn't really spoke to him before about aliens and stuff, and he went away to his church leader, or I don't know what you call him, pastor or whatever,
Pastor,
and
minister,
he
priest.
asked him. He said, "Would you be upset if someone made a movie about this supposed alien race that came here and genetically modified people, etc.?" And the pastor said, "No, there's movies out there that they don't agree with to do with demons and whatever else." So he said no. So I was really worried because obviously I didn't want to upset people, but as you say, we've got the stone tablets, we've got the different translations, not all done by one particular person. So I would have been doing it as a factual side as opposed to making it up.
Yeah, yeah. because I'm sure that preacher would think, nobody's going to believe that horse shit anyway. So yeah, sure, bring it out.
Yeah.
That's the thing. But
Broke has wrote, bet you don't know about the mirror portals and the small beings that can transfer through them. Funny enough, I am one of the only few people that I know of that actually talk about, if you've listened to my lives, the little people coming through portals. To that person I was just talking about. Yeah.
yeah.
Uh, sorry, I'm just going
No,
through questions. Ricky's wrote, I think Bob Lazar's honest. Do you know much about Bob Lazar?
almost as much as you do. Yeah, that's
And what?
I
Okay,
really
so what's your take on him then? If
well, it's probably what you think is, he really did work at that base. There's too much
yeah,
evidence that says that, of people that did work there that collaborated what he did and how he got to work and, so on and so forth. Um, and I can understand how they can, they break apart, departments, so you never know what the other person's doing. That's as
yeah,
well as anything else, and you're dealing with secret information. But oh yeah, I find him completely believable.
yeah,
How
yeah,
does his life change? I mean, it's no one comes out of this being like superstars. They're always damaged in some way. You notice that?
yeah. I mean, he's lucky. It could have went both. It could have went either way for him. He could have ended up not around anymore, or called a nutter. And luckily, well, he was called a nutter, wasn't he, back in 85, 86,
Yeah.
etc. But luckily, he's come
Well, he's
through it.
probably
But
a
still,
brilliant engineer. He's probably a brilliant. I mean,
yeah.
he should be working on some high tech project somewhere, but
Well, he's
he
apparently
isn't.
still he does do work with the government still. He said, to do with propulsion and different bits and pieces. Yeah, very
On
clever
the
guy.
down low, like they're not telling, hey, Bob, come over here. We want you to take a look at this, but don't tell anybody kind of
No,
thing.
I think it's normal stuff, but still advanced
Like
technology, but not.
he has his own company, I think, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. So he's clearly an intelligent guy. So to throw it all away by coming out and pretending there's aliens and doing videos and explaining it all, and yeah, I think he's genuine.
Yeah, yeah. Which brings me to my favorite subject, which is Charles Hall. That's how we started our this relationship that we had, because I asked you about this guy who was a weatherman
Yeah,
uh,
that's right.
back in the time of Vietnam, and he worked as a weatherman on this base, and the base was also inhabited by the tall whites, and he lived with them almost for a year, and his experience was uh, it was totally they didn't I mean his supervisors did not know what he was doing. They said you report, you go out there, I'm sure he had his, you got to do whatever your weatherman stuff is, but no one else could go out there with him, or they might be shot, but he could go and come back, and as he will, and nothing that he could say, and this is to the tall whites, could be top secret, which I found interesting.
Mm.
Like they can't, classify what he was doing. Tall White says you can say whatever you want to, you know, and
Yeah, I mean, I
I
heard of a. Sorry, go on.
no, I found that interesting. And what was mostly makes me believe it is when they talk about the fear part. You're an enlisted man. You're working on some air base in the middle of nowhere, and you're the only one there. And you walk into the back, and you see an alien with his family there watching you. You go, he was terrified, absolutely terrified. Because you don't think that's not something your mind can even. I don't even know how you could wrap your head around.
No, I mean, funny. I was going to say there was a guy on Coast to Coast, and his credentials checked out, and he worked for the military back in the 90s, and he was stationed on a sort of an outpost for the military. So there was a base, but he was further out alone on his own, and a UFO landed, and out come a family of tall whites, and they
Yeah.
walked past him and basically said, "We're here to." And he was like, he didn't know what to do. Radioed through. He was obviously crapping himself, probably. Radioed through, and they basically said, "No, tell him to get back in their ship and come fly over." And he quit. That the next morning, he said he just couldn't deal with it. So he quit. And so, I mean, how that would play on
Yeah.
your head, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, and it really kind of describes us as far as them. Like, we think we're the most intelligent and our technology top. They look at us as like Neanderthals. They're
Yeah,
scared of us. They're like, you're like, we don't know anything about you people. You're scary. You know what I mean? You know, and they talked about the kind of weapons that they had, and they always carried weapons, and and they were like some kind of laser beam thing where it could boil your blood in 2 seconds and you can bleed out. It's just scary stuff. Or it could just temporarily hypnotize, put you, knock you out for a while. Well, you don't know where you've been for 20 minutes. It can be,
yeah,
kind of like that. But yeah, he said it just most. I mean, the stories that he told, and about their language. He said that their voice box was so advanced that they could sound like a whale or a bird, and you couldn't tell the difference. Or they can sound just like you, you know, because they knew the language and whatnot.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'll look
and I
into him a
thought,
bit more. Actually, I did briefly look into him. I think he wrote some books as well, didn't he?
yeah,
Um,
the alien hospitality or something. Yeah, he has a few books.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he even
I'll look
said they
into
had
him
a
a bit more.
sense of humor. You remember
Yeah,
I said, they were standing at night and looking at the stars, and one of the tall whites said, "Only a human could look up in the night sky and see all those stars and think that they were the only ones."
huh,
I was like, "Oh, got me."
yeah,
you know, you silly human being.
yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, we'd probably do the same to a dog, wouldn't we, or something? But
Yeah, exactly. We never ask the dog about the stars, do we?
no. Stuart's wrote "Talking Nonsense." I guess that's me and you talking nonsense. Um, welcome to my world now. When you start talking and people calling you a numpty. Um,
Oh,
Numbspiracies wrote, "I'm here to ask everyone to check out my content that can't be debunked." Sorry, there was more, but it scrolled all the way to the bottom, so I've missed some now. Forgive me, it's not intentional. Blue Moon had wrote, "True eyes see through lies." That's that should be a T-shirt slogan. I don't know if that is or not, but that's pretty cool.
hmm.
Um, if just while I've got Blue Moon Sigma on here, if anyone is interested in finding out anything to do with blood types or Rh negative, and the effects that Rh negative has different to other blood types, I promise you, Blue Moon Sigma is the person. She's not just a TikTok user. She's actually gone through medical school or whatever. And she knows her stuff. She really does. So follow her. She's got videos up. Sorry, I just thought I'd have to say that because
All
Blue
right.
Moon's actually asked me, can we do another live together? Because some actual people have asked me, can we do a live together as well? So we're going to set one up and let everyone know the date for that.
Oh, I'll tune in for sure. I want to know about the blood types, so that's
Oh,
absolutely
she's
fascinating.
So what blew me away was, obviously I've not looked into it. I know my ex-wife had RH negative blood, and I know how to do, get a blood test and whatnot. And that's as far as I thought, because I know that it can kill babies. That is the extent of it. And obviously, to me, it belongs to the Anunnaki because it all matches the time frame and the location, etc. But that was it until Blue Moon came along, and I started hearing things that I didn't know RH negative people had these abilities, etc., because of this blood type. So I'm not spoiling it for anyone, but go watch her videos. She is fantastic. Sorry, I
Yeah.
digressed.
No, go. I mean, if you don't believe in aliens or anything like that, just research different blood types. That'll tell you right there. If you could wrap your head around it, because there only should be so many different, types of blood. If you're only just human,
Yeah, yeah, and the fact that that one kills babies, and was 100,000 years old according to mainstream from Mesopotamia or Middle East, and the
hmm
Anunnaki in their tablets say that they started to breed with the humans in Mesopotamia 100,000 years ago, which gave us the demigods or Nephilim or whatever you want to call them. It all makes sense to me.
yes, yes, and that those experiments didn't always go well. I mean, this was like, I mean, I don't know, hundreds of years where they probably failed in this, this endeavor to create a workforce.
Yeah. Well, it's the if you I don't know if you watch my latest videos, but the translations, literal translations of the tablets that are in the British Museum, talks about how they tried about 7 or 8 times to get
hmm
the correct one. The actual translations are on the Oxford University website, and it talks about the first ones were broken. I think it was broken feet. Second one had no eyes or couldn't see. Third one, and so on. All of these different ones had different problems as they were genetically trying to create the proper one that would be able to carry,
Absolutely.
as they call it, carry the baskets for them.
Yeah. A lot of my
Efren's wrote.
information I
Sorry.
get from your Patreon page.
Oh, bless you. I will be going through that.
Plug,
Thank you.
plug,
That's
plug.
lovely. Thank you. You are wonderful. I knew you was my favourite of all time. No, thank you. That's very nice of you. I will be. I don't know if you've been watching the everything to do with spirits videos. They're up there at the moment.
Yes,
But
yes.
once, oh, have you? Oh, brilliant. Um, and once they're done, I will go through the translations and break it down for people if anyone's interested in. Because when you actually read those translations, now I don't know, a lot of people's probably read Sitchin's stuff. I don't know if you have. Have you read anything like the
No,
Lost Book
no.
of Enki? Oh, right. You really should. Even if you listen to it on audio book, you really should um, go through it.
I
But
want to.
he
Yes, I do.
Oh, I've read it so many times and it still makes my jaw drop. But the actual some of those information is actually in the tablets that's in the British Museum that also the Oxford University's translated. But Sitchin, obviously, because he was making a book, has sort of cut it down. But when you actually read the translations from the Oxford University, where they're not cut down, literally it reads like a
Mhm.
bloody episode of Dynasty or Dallas. I kid you not. It's like, oh, he's feeling horny. She looks nice, and
I
literally, it's like that, pretty much all the way through. And
I don't know why we don't ditch that Bible and start doing the thing about Inky and Ender. I mean, it's damn more interesting. Shit. Instead
I
of
mean, even
beget and begat and all this other stuff.
yeah. I mean, he literally, it's like she's nice, and then Enki says, I'm paraphrasing here just slightly, but Enki says, "Well, my semen is really good because I am the son of Hanu and I'm the firstborn, so therefore, whatever baby I have is going to be amazing." It's like what? It's
Oh my.
it's funny how they talk, because because it comes across that they're sort of, dare I say it, simple, because of the way it's written, and sometimes they repeat things over and over and over again in their stories, literally the same line over about 4 or 5 times. Crazy. So it comes across that they're simple, and yet, we're still trying to work out how they built, certain monuments and buildings, etc. So it's weird.
Yeah, it is, and that's what I like about it so much. You get that situation, then they're building spacecrafts and splicing DNA and making
Yeah,
half man, half horse, and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's amazing.
it's
Oh,
it's,
I guess
it's
that your
crazy.
viewers know that that's all true too. They're not kidding themselves with thinking it's just Greek fairy tales about the Minotaur and all that other kind of stuff.
I mean, yeah, it's to me, it's as real as we are here. Because again, like I said, if you go by the tablet, and I don't know, I have to go by the tablet. When the tablets told us things about the asteroid belt that we didn't find out about until after we found a tablet, someone back then must have known about the asteroid belt.
Yeah.
you know, and we didn't have telescopes back then. So you kind of, I don't know. I just have to believe the tablets are genuine.
Yeah. Remember that it was an old, I don't know if it was a movie or TV show, The Island of Dr. Moreau. Remember that
Yeah, yeah,
sci-fi where he was, different people and, they were like animals.
yeah,
See, that's us, trying to get the truth out.
yeah. I mean, I think the Nazis also tried to splice. There was stories of them putting heads, swapping people's heads and stuff, trying to
And putting
do
them on
genetic.
dogs. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
experiment.
User 168 has wrote, "I've wasted 40 years, pal." That's very nice of you. Thank you. Darn, I knew I should have done something different.
Oh my. Yeah, well,
And
see,
then
I can talk
Brad,
about a lot of this stuff now because I'm retired. You know what? I don't care if
Brad
they
has.
discover my TikToks.
All right. Well, Brad has said to you then, waste of 40 years, Lewis. There you go. So you've wasted time as well.
Oh yeah, I don't know how old you are, but I think we are about the same age. So, and I've been having these questions since I was 17 years old and saw that UFO. I'm like, what is going on? Because I wouldn't believe much of anything.
Did you work in the military at all? Just out of curiosity, seeing as the Air Force Base is
No,
not too far.
no. But I did know people that did work there. And I would ask them, "Hey, are you hiding aliens up there?" And they were like, "Ah," they couldn't see any. Those hangars are so huge. I mean, if they did have them, you would probably never see it, even if you worked there. Because it's so freaking big. There's an Air Force museum up there, and it for 2 days you can't see all of it.
Wow. Wow.
And
Um,
if you know Project Blue Book, where they have all this stuff is in the basement of one of the hangars. It's not even in the
mm,
hangar,
yeah,
if you
yeah,
believe that. So I
yeah.
don't
I don't know. There's swamp gas. I don't know what we're talking about.
know. Just open your ears, and, like you are. My I wanted to use my nickname for you as Doctor Spock because of your logic.
Oh, thank you. I'd be honoured. I really would be honoured.
Me, not so much. I'm like, I'll believe something. I'm like, nah, it can't be, until something else comes up. But when you see a UFO, I don't know, it changes you. And like I said, that this nagging question about that and religion and so many other things,
Does, doesn't it? Yeah.
and right now I feel like I have most of the answers, which is a kind of a nice place to be, I think. Although nobody else believes me. You and I are the only ones that can talk about it, and a few people on this page that don't
It's
call
true.
us crazies.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean, by the way, for the tea. Alfredo's wrote, the saying that appears on the bottom of my invoices is from Einstein. Laura's wrote, I went to school at Wright State University.
Ah, that's in Ohio, right?
I'm guessing.
I think it
Big
is.
Big Mike has taken the mickey out of us and wrote, do you guys also believe in ghosts and goblins?
I do believe in ghosts because I've seen ghosts. Um,
What have you seen?
I
I
don't know
love
what a
to ask.
goblin is.
I was going to make a very rude joke there about why the fairies never get pregnant because they go to goblin parties. But I won't make that joke. So it's rude.
Oh, that was a good one. I got to steal that.
But, what kind of ghost did you see, or ghosts? Because I'm curious, because sometimes people see sort of the apparitions of a human form, and sometimes people see sort of orbs. So I'm interested to know what you have seen.
Me? I mean, I think it was. I always see what a vision, let's say, of my grandmother. I think it's more her spirit or her light, if you want to say. The
Right.
facade that she used was like in a scene from a wagon train type of deal, and I kind of looked at it like, what is this? But it's how I felt at the time. It's like this is
Yeah.
very familiar. It's comforting, and I just stared at it for a while. And then I think I went
Wow.
back to sleep, and I woke up next morning in a cold sweat, thinking, "What the hell was that? Oh my god, it can't be real," because it was so real. It was like like a third dimension opened up or something.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, you're not the only person to sort of say not necessarily a stagecoach type thing, but the night and it's the feeling, as you say.
Yeah, that's really the only thing you can go by how it makes you feel. If you don't feel anything, it's nothing. Well, that's just my belief, so I don't know.
Thank you, Winnie, for when I made the joke and you gave me some gifts or whatever it was, and thank you, Blue Moon Signal, for saying show our true history some support. Tap, gift, share. I don't do this for. I mean, Lewis is probably only here just for the likes, aren't you, Lewis? Admit it. You just
Oh, are they liking anything I'm saying? I can't say. I
yeah,
can't tell.
people. Yeah, when you're talking, they're clicking, which is great.
I got that Ohio accent.
Yeah. Yeah. Next time I need a voiceover, I know where to come now.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I've been seeing
Sorry,
some
go
things about Ohio that's been, kind of crazy because, we have the Serpentine Wall and we have pyramids here as well. I don't think, people know. So I don't know. The Anunnaki might have been here too in Ohio.
Have you visited any of these sort of places?
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah.
Serpentine Mound is not that far. It's less than 20 minutes away. Actually, we used to go
Is
there
that the
and
one?
play.
Is that the one that's like a snake?
Yes, yes, yes.
Massive,
Yeah,
massive. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, we would just throw frisbees around. Not many people even went there or knew what it was or the significance of it. When I was like in high school. But we went up there. There are plaques that said this or that, but not explaining how it got there. Or, you can only really see it from the air. You know, and it,
Yeah.
and it, and take it all in, so to speak.
Snickers wrote, "We've been genetically modified over 65 times." I think I mean, not everyone, because that means they would have had to pick up everyone's. But I think certain people or certain lineages probably have since the Anunnaki first created them. I do believe that, yeah. I'm just scrolling down. Numbspiracies wrote, "Is this clickbait?" In other words, the video where it says 40 years of research. Ryan's wrote, "Donna Pass." I'm guessing that's Dyatlov Pass, if that's what you're referring to. Blue Moons wrote, "The Hopla project by David Pleiades, done with Hopla tribe on Bigfoot." Yeah, David. I mean, have you listened to or read anything that David Pleiades have done?
No, I have not.
Do you know who he is?
Unless you bring it up and I say, "Oh yeah, yeah," but not by name. No.
Oh, right. He's the guy that does the missing 411 people. He used to be an ex police officer of some description, detective or something, and then got into where people would just literally go missing. You know, a group of people in a
Oh,
forest, and always the back one would go, or two people running along the edge of a forest and they're chatting to each other, and then suddenly the one behind stops talking. The guy turns around, he's gone, and then they call the dogs in, and the dogs sniff right up to that point where he was last talking, or as he was running, and they can't sniff him
no.
anymore. It literally just disappears off the face of the earth.
No, I want to though. That sounds interesting. 'Cause,
Oh, yeah, it puts your hairs, because they're children. There's no rhyme or reason really who they pick or why or wherever. I mean, he's done maps and everything of where majority of the people go missing. And it's generally national parks where there's a lot of, wait for it, which is over time he'd worked this out, which is a lot of quartz in the area. Limestone, but quartz generally
yeah.
is the key factor. And of course, if you go back with the original buildings, such as the pyramids and even Stonehenge, have quartz in them. So I think quartz has a lot to play in possibly opening portals and things like that. But yeah, definitely listen to he's done loads of shows on his own channel and on Coast to
Yeah.
Coast. Do
He's not
just
that
listen to it.
ex-CIA guy, is he?
Yeah, I think he was CIA. Yeah, that's him.
And he's been on the shows like Ancient Aliens or some of these other things.
Yeah, yeah. I think he's brilliant.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, yeah, yeah, I've definitely heard of him. Absolutely. Kind of how he got
uh,
started with these missing person stuff. And,
yeah, he's gone through all of that. Yeah, which is good. I'm just scrolling down.
you've done a lot of research, and I used to have a lot of questions in the Bible. It's like, and my biggest one that no one can answer is like, if Cain killed Abel, then who did Cain marry? Who did he go off to marry? Where are these other people? No
Yeah,
pastor, no religious person. They can say, well, she married his sister, or he had other
yeah.
children.
I know. I asked the same question years ago. I asked the same thing was, if Cain, Abel, and Seth were around and they had children. My question was, who did they have children with if there's no women? And the answer I kept getting was, oh, they didn't bother putting down the women's names in the in the Bible. And I thought, okay, fair enough. Maybe a male dominated thing. But when you read the Anunnaki texts, you find out that Enki had relationships with Eve,
Yeah,
which was his own daughter, to produce Seth. So Seth wasn't actually Adam's child. So, and there was obviously other human women around. So it was only the two that Enki had relationships with that produced Adam and Eve. Each of them produced two children. So there were
yeah,
still other women, human women around, which is how
yeah.
anyone could have had relation. So it made more sense to me with the Anunnaki side of it as opposed to the Bible.
And he was arrogant enough to say, "Hey, we got to write this down because it's my kids."
That's
The history,
spot
right?
on. Yeah.
He need a kind of a legacy. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just did a video put up this morning, I think it was, or whenever it was, and it says where Enki is proud of himself for setting up an establishment in the Absu, and he says, "I am the Lord," and he's, what was it?
Yeah.
I am the Lord. Everything I say is true, or something like that. And so they're very egotistical, worse than me. um, but yeah, it's interesting.
It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. And
Numbspiracy
thank
wrote,
you for all this research you did. I don't think
"Oh,
we're giving you enough credit, but you know,
oh,
it's
thank
just
you."
fascinating. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I have to thank you guys because, to be honest, as I say, I've been doing this 40 years and not one person wanted to listen to me. I could probably get the odd sentence out, like, before they started to walk away. It's like, aliens are real.
Yeah.
Kay, come back. Aliens are our savior, our Lord. Come back.
Yeah. How
But
about
yeah,
that? Those Jets, or how about that soccer team? Well,
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah, they come
Change the
back then.
subject
But
real quick.
yeah. So no, if it wasn't for you guys, I really wouldn't have anyone to talk to about this. And it's good. Some of you guys, have great knowledge. Like Blue Moon Sigma. Obviously, you with the Mothman and stuff like that. So it's, I all I ever want to do is learn. So
Mhm.
yeah, brilliant. Thank you guys. Uh, just
This
scrolling down.
world
Sorry
is
if
a
I'm
lot
missing
bigger
some of
than
the.
we think. Yeah.
Sorry if I'm missing some of the questions out. It's just obviously I've got a guest on tonight. I had a flat earther trying to goat me into allowing him to join, and I said I might do a live tonight, but he hasn't popped up that I could see. And I said, okay, all I'll do though is the first question I'll ask is, what is the diameter of the flat Earth? And he just kept coming back saying, "Oh, so you're not gonna, you're chicken, da da da." And I said, "But that's the first question. If you can't answer that now here on the text, then what's the point of me having you?" So, what's your opinion on flat Earth, Lewis?
uh, I'm just, uh, I don't know why people would think of that. I mean, it's just so obvious, that it's not. I mean, they see pictures. I mean, you see the moon, and all the other planets around, except for Earth is flat. Is that the story? Just because they're not grasping the law of gravity, um, or when things spin, you know, um, what is that centrifugal force?
That's it. Yeah,
If something is,
yeah.
that keeps you grounded. So I don't know. I can't really debunk it, but I can't buy into it at all.
No, I knew I liked you for some reason.
That's one thing I didn't go down the rabbit hole on. No, no,
Good. Yeah. No, it's brilliant. Winnie's wrote, "Society shuts you down when you talk about experiences. That's why I come here." And obviously, Lewis, as well, had an experience, and it kindly gave me an audio recording, which is actually on my. It is you, was you, wasn't it, Lewis? I'm just trying to remember. I think you
yes,
did. Yeah,
about
and it's
the
on my.
ghosts and UFOs. Yes.
Yeah, so that's on my Our True History website if anyone's interested. .co.uk and can't remember what it's called, podcast, I think it is.
Yeah. And hi Winnie. I see Winnie's name all the time. Nice to have her chime in. Yeah.
Alfredo's wrote something. Can you believe people dumb enough to try to school the school teacher? I'm guessing that's me. Thank you. Um, there was, I don't know. Did you see that? I put up the very last video. It was a guy that he's got 1 million and something followers on YouTube, and he
Yeah,
debunked
yeah.
debunks people talking about ancient aliens. And I've posted up
Yes.
on. I'm probably going to get banned. I posted up on his videos. Hey, I would love to debate with you, a live debate. But as yet, I've not got a reply. But I would love to debate with someone who, as long as he's polite, feels that he doesn't. So yeah. But whether or not he will, I don't know.
Well, after so long, their argument falls apart, and then you can only scream. It doesn't hold water. I don't. You can only debate so long, and then it's like, dude, it's over. It's over. You lost.
Well, I mean, you're right. I mean, I was right. I'm in the middle of, well, almost nearly finished now. 2 books. I've got the first one back, and they're to do with flat Earth and globes. But yeah, as you say, the I can only go so far on the globe one, trying to make it seem like it's a flat Earth. Because obviously, as you say, you can only go so far before it falls apart. And I guess what that guy's done on his videos is he's cherry picked snippets of what other people have said,
Oh, absolutely.
and then just sort of pointed, well, they're wrong and obviously that person can't come back and refute it because obviously it's just his video. So I'd like to do a live and ask him questions and drill down on it and get him to realise that maybe he's wrong. Told you I was egotistical.
It kind of remind me of the gunslinger going up against you. It's like, I can see their hands shaking already. Like,
Thank you.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Bless you. No, I mean the thing is, whoever's listening right now, the truth of the matter is there are things that we have found out from ancient tablets, from a language that suddenly appeared. There's no previous language to it. It's not like we see loads of half-finished versions of, scribbles and whatever else. It's literally a language that suddenly appeared that tells us about stuff that we found out 200 years after even finding the tablets, which could be as old as 10,000 years, even though mainstream will always throw out the 3,000. That's because they have to go with the narrative of the Egyptian side of things. But still, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Someone's asking about Admiral Byrd, which I believe his story too. I mean, just for the fact that tried to silence him makes me think there's something there.
Yeah, I mean, he genuinely did fly to both poles, and he genuinely did go back to Antarctica the second time. There's video footage or film cine footage of him doing that with what they called the expedition. But yeah, so there's no reason to take half the bloody American fleet with you if you're just doing a scientific experiment. Have you watched the footage? There's planes, there's army personnel, planes and tanks on these ships going to the Antarctic to do scientific experiments.
It's unbelievable. Yes.
Yeah. And of course, only half, I think roughly half came back or something like that. So yeah. The Water World has asked. This was the person that that wanted a debate. So I'm going to invite them in. Hopefully, they're still here.
Okay.
So feel free
you want me to still hang on or no?
It's up to you if you want to. This was the person that was sort of goading me into trying to talk about the flat Earth, and I know my regulars, switch off when it comes to the flat Earth.
Well, I'll just listen to the carnage.
Okay.
But thank you for letting me do this live. It was
No
wonderful.
problem at all. It's been great. I just now got to figure out how to invite someone. I don't know how to do it. How do I do it?
How do I get off? But thanks again. Really appreciate it.
No worries at all. Okay. Thank you, Lewis. Lovely to talk to you. Sorry, everybody. I'm trying to figure out how to invite Waterworld. Let me have a look down here. What's that? Lewis. I'm trying to find. I have to look for the name, I think. It doesn't show. It's only showing a handful of people. I don't even know if the person's still around. If you're listening, Waterworld, if you could send a request. I don't know if you're allowed to do it more than once. I don't know if I hadn't seen you do it first time, but hopefully you're still around. Hopefully. Otherwise, I'll have to catch you on another live. Winnie's wrote, "I'm a product of society shutting me down and throwing me into a mental hospital due to experiences." It's a horrible thing to even read that out, Winnie, isn't it? I mean, it could, any one of us, could see something, believe something, and for an institution to then say you're wrong is my. I mean, to be fair, it's no different from I know it sounds stupid, but to me, it's no different from someone's belief that they're not really a woman, they're a man, or a man's not really a man, but a woman. It's your belief. Does that, as long as you're not hurting someone, does that give anyone else the right to say that you deserve to be put somewhere else out of society because of your belief? Because if that's the case, then everyone else that has a different belief to, dare I say it, the majority, then whatever their belief is has to also then be looked at. I don't know. I just think it's a very sad world that we live in when people feel that they're right just because they go along with the majority, and yet there's other people out there that have other opinions on things, flat Earth, whatever it could be, but they're not. Yeah, I don't know. It's a you just have to toe the line, which is a horrible way to be, and you shouldn't have to. You really shouldn't have to. So I'm sorry for the human race, Winnie. It's not the human race. Let's be honest. It's greedy people. When I say greedy, power hungry people. Alfredo's wrote, "Yep, got those in Australia. I'm not sure what that was to do with. Don't forget, if anyone's joined that don't know who Blue Moon Sigma is, look for her. She's on. Hopefully, still here. She knows everything about the blood types and what's special about blood types, and it's way more than what we.
There is an email message.
What we understand about what blood can actually do to us and how it affects us and stuff. I mean, it's just phenomenal. Honestly, just click on and follow her. You won't regret it. I tell you. I learned so much from her, and I'm still learning. She knows so much. Alfredo's wrote, "Copped $600 fine and 5 points lost license for 3 months." Oh, thank you, Winnie. Oh, you don't have to give me that heart. I'm still waiting for the tea and the dog. It's a private joke between me and Winnie. Kimber has wrote, "People texting while driving is even worse. So dangerous." It is, isn't it? So yeah. And the thing is, that guy that films. Obviously, there's others, but he films. And when they pull up, they leave a massive gap, because the car in front will move slightly, and they don't look. And then you realise that he calls it the WhatsApp gap, because you can tell when someone's texting because there's a gap, massive gap between the car in front, and yeah, it's very dangerous. Thank you, Martin, for that. You don't have to. I appreciate it. Thank you, though. Scrolling down, Alfredo's right. "I still drove every day. Just used my brakes for 3 months to slow down." Oh dear. Yeah, I've been inside a couple of times for motor related incidents, and no, it wasn't driving with driving on a ban was one of them. That was a bit naughty back then. Genuinely, my insurance had run out by 15 minutes. I took the producer down to the police station, and when I got pulled over, it was 12 o'clock or something, or 12:15, and the insurance had run out, and I hadn't renewed it, so I didn't. Yeah, naughty bad me. Anyway, moving on. Walter Wells wrote, "May I join for a minute?" Yeah, how do I click him to allow them to join? Do I have to follow them? I don't know. I'm clicked follow. Sorry, I don't know if you're still here to be able to do that. Maybe it's just an older message that's... I'm going to scroll down one more time. Oh, there we are. Water World, accept. Okay, here we go. Sorry if anyone gets upset that it's to do with Flat Earth. I know, forgive me, Water World. It's just my regulars hear me go through the Water World side, the Flat Earth side, a lot. So hopefully you'll be respectful. I'm going to invite you now. And we're just waiting for hello there.
Yeah,
Hear
hi.
me?
I just wanted to say hi and thanks for bringing me on. I don't have much time today, but I'll try to do something tomorrow with you if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what where because sometimes I sort of leave a day off, but yeah, I mean if we don't get through whatever you want to talk to now, we can probably do it another
Oh,
time.
I just wanted to. I don't have time now. I just wanted to say hi to you and I appreciate you responding to me on private messages, and you're a very polite gentleman. So I just wanted to say
Oh,
thank you. And
thank you. Did you hear that, everybody? I'm not sorry. Sorry. Let's
and
get this up.
but I did want to briefly just explain something. The reason that we can't see the edge, in my opinion, is the Antarctic Treaty, which was signed December 1st, 1959, that went into effect 1961, that the USA and the then USSR and China signed on to. I believe it was 12 or 13 countries. Now it's 54. It's a UN treaty. We can't explore further than 60 degrees south latitude without permission. They do have government okay voyages from um uh, South America, to down to the little piece of Antarctica that is there. That people can say they went to Antarctica. They can see some penguins and things like that. They can try to get a permit to go by themselves, but basically the permits say you can't use dogs or motorized vehicles. You have to use skis, and you have to pull everything behind you. And even if you have to take a dump at number two, you're supposed to be able to pick it up and put it in your bag and carry it with you. You can't even leave manure, down
Could
there.
I?
Excuse me. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm fully aware of all of that. Trust me, I've done my homework. Couple of things with that, if you don't mind, I'll be as polite as I can. First of all, that's Antarctica. We're talking about. I talk about things like behind Australia, where there's zero, zilch, nada, none people have ever said that behind Australia they bumped into an ice wall. That's true. That's not me making it up. Also,
Yeah.
with the Antarctica, what you've done, sorry, not you, but what people have done is they've listened to Admiral Byrd, which I'm guessing you'll say, yeah, you aware of that?
I wish they wouldn't, but they do.
So Admiral Byrd has said, and I quote, beyond the pole, in the South Pole. So what he's referring to there is where the furthest anyone had ever gone was the actual pole, the South Pole, not the whole continent, but the South Pole, the pole. So when he says beyond the pole, because he went in his Fokker plane and went further, he was the first person to go further than the pole in the South Pole. And what he done was he came across a huge chunk of land, which actually, if you go back to the original ancient text, the size of Texas broke off of Antarctica, went into the ocean, caused a tsunami, which caused the Great Flood. So we've got correlation between a massive gap in Antarctica, and the land that he's talking about. Now, also, eyewitnesses, I mean military eyewitnesses, prior to the treaty had said that they'd come across a city-sized UFO craft. Now I've heard people saying town-sized, but still, either way, it's a big. And it was still powered. And the military went there just as, I don't know if you're aware of this, but so you got the North Pole and South Pole. So the North Pole also had military on there, and as Admiral Byrd says, and I quote, it was getting quite crowded there. So when the military found out there was an actual powered, some sort of craft under the ice in Antarctica, they didn't want anyone else to go there. So they set up a treaty where they would be paying certain countries the ones that agreed not to fly over there, and then obviously they set up a no-fly zone. So, unfortunately, to me, that makes more sense than, because no one can prove. Everyone points me to Antarctica, but when I say where's the edge behind Australia, none has said that they've come across it. And now I know people will say, but they get warned off. So I say, okay, name one person that's been warned off. They can't really do that. Then I say, okay, but 100 years ago, before the military had the ability to have satellites going around the perimeter of the edge, people still were sailing. In fact, people have been sailing for thousands of years, all over the place. And like I say, we got actual logbooks of people saying that they've seen mermaids, but not one logbook says they come across the edge of the earth. So that's basically where I'm at with it. And obviously, I could go off and say, well, when a rocket goes up, this is a beautiful one. No one ever answers this, so hopefully you could. When a rocket goes up, and it could be anywhere, and I've did a video going back a few videos, but I showed a rocket going up, an independent rocket, it wasn't NASA, in Australia, which, according to the Flat Earth, would be about 4,000 miles from the edge, but 20 odd thousand, depending on the diameter. But no one's really given me a diameter of the Flat Earth. But it's equal distance when the camera shows. And I also then showed a footage of a rocket going up, again, independent, from America. And again, once it gets to the same sort of rough altitude, it shows equal distance. In other words, 12,000 one way, 12,000 another. Now, if you could answer why the one in Australia doesn't show 20,000 miles one way and only 4,000, from that height you would see the nearer edge as the camera spins round, but you never do. And if you're on a ball, you will always be in the middle of the ball. You that's the fact. I mean, you just draw a dot on it, and no matter where that dot is, it's in the middle of the ball. I know it sounds stupid, but you turn the ball and you look at it, it's always in the middle. And that's why these rockets go up and they always show equal distance. Thank you for listening, by the way.
Oh, sure. Hey, you know what? I like you. You don't cuss. Many people who get on social media cuss, and I very much appreciate your not doing that. I wasn't brought up to do that either. So I appreciate talking with you, and I don't mind listening to people talk for a long time, because I oftentimes do too. So it's okay. And I enjoy listening to you. The only thing I can say about Admiral Byrd is this: if you believe it. Admiral Byrd was a Freemason, and Freemasons are a little bit different. Just like the Jesuits and the Zionists are a little bit different breed than the rest of us. And so, if you believe what Admiral Byrd said from his voyages 1947 up to like 1957, if you believe it, okay. Now, the only thing you get about Antarctica is in January, it gets to 9 degrees above zero Fahrenheit, and the lowest it's gotten is 129 degrees below zero Fahrenheit. So, if you believe that he spent a lot of time down there, and I say down there just to give you the globe, which I don't believe would live on a spinning watery, curvy, bendy ball. So if you believe that, then that's okay. Now, there is video of people who have flown and seen an ice wall. Now, they haven't seen it all the way around, but there is video that there is 150 to 200 feet ice wall, and there's pictures of ships being next to this ice wall.
Could that not be Antarctica, though, as opposed to an ice wall behind?
No. It's Antarctica, and the other thing is, Cook in the late 1700s did talk about trying to find an inlet into Antarctica. He couldn't find one, and he assumed that he was on a ball, so he found that he was off by 12 or 15 miles per day if he was on a ball as he was trying to find its way into Antarctica. He couldn't. Again, that's quite a while ago. We have to go on something that's 250 years ago. So I'm real skeptical. I'm real skeptical of history. because history is written by those people that own the gold, own the money. And I think most of us can probably agree with that. As far as the rocket going up, you will never see a rocket go higher than 75 miles up. It will always turn somewhere. It will not go up more than 75 miles. That's why NASA, when they go from Cape Canaveral, they will go up, but they will then do a parabolic arc out over the ocean. Now, there are those of us who believe, me included, that they go into the ocean. And whether they do the Bermuda Triangle, I have no idea. That's just that's just speculation. So they don't go up any higher than 74 miles. You had Richard Branson go up 285,000 feet, 53 miles, and he showed his little fisheye camera that went concave, convex, flat, concave, convex, flat. He couldn't get it right, and so Neil deGrasse Tyson had to get on TV and say, at 53 miles it would be flat, just like he said with the Bumgarner jump, the Felix Bumgarner jump over New Mexico at 127,854 feet, 24 miles. That when Bumgarner came out, opened his door, it was flat. The camera in the back showed flat, rising. The horizon went up to his eye level, but his GoPro showed fisheye. And when Bumgarner came down, he said it was beautiful curve. And Neil deGrasse Tyson had to get on with that little famous video with that plastic Earth and say it was flat. It was perfectly flat up there. So I appreciate. I appreciate your being very, very civil. I appreciate that very much. Not all people who believe in the globe who go out and talk about it, I call them advocates, who actually, not a normie, but an advocate, aren't very nice sometimes, and I appreciate you being respectful to me. So I appreciate that very much. Now, I can't stay too long, but I can try to come back on another day if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure, no problem at all. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I find you to be a very courteous gentleman, and I appreciate you being cordial and kind and not doing what a lot of people do, use the F word and all that stuff. Because I'm really against it.
Yeah, me too. If someone swears on my thing, I'm very tempted to block them just because it's not, because there is kids listening. I don't know who else is listening, so. But yeah, no. The reason why I'm interested is I generally have wrote 2 books. The first ones I've got back from the publishers. There's a few tweaks needed in the second one. So one's called The World's Gone. The word's mad. The world's gone mad, and then with a line crossed out, and then wrote flat. So in other words, it says the world's gone flat. And the second book is called The World's Gone Round. Again, mad crossed out and gone round. So I've gone through. What was his name? DeBay's. I've gone through a hell of a lot of material to find out information on both sides. And there are a couple of things on the flat side that I can't answer. Just a couple. Well, we'll save those for another day. So maybe you can flesh those out a little bit more for me, because there's certain things that I think, okay, maybe, and then maybe you could flesh them out for me and give me your views on it.
Yeah, I'm going to. Today is Wednesday. I think you're 6 hours ahead. It's like 9:22 right there now, isn't it, in the UK?
That's right. Yeah.
It's 3:22 here. I will do my best to look for you, if it's okay with you. I will look my best to look for you at 1 p.m. my time or 7 p.m. your time, or if that's okay with you in the future. And,
yeah, it's generally normally this sort of time.
Yeah.
So, and I kind of do it, 3 or 4 times a week. So you'll catch me.
And we've been real cordial on PM, so I'll PM you and stuff like that, and you feel free to PM me too. If we get into a discussion and you're willing, It might go on for a while. I don't have a problem talking 2-3 hours now. If you don't want, if somebody doesn't want to talk 2 or 3 hours with me and split it up, we can always do a part two, later on. That's no problem at all. So,
The reason why, another reason, I'll be honest, another reason is because this particular book, the Globe one, I've run out of questions to try and be on the side of the flat Earth. So I will actually utilize your knowledge to help me finish the book. I don't mean it in a bad way. It's just makes sense to while you're giving me the information, I can use that to finish the book. So that'd be great.
I have. You can call me if you want to. You can call me Jim if you want to. I'll call you, Our True History unless you say otherwise. But you can call me Jim in the future if you want to. The only reason I use True Earth, sir, is because I'm into obviously the measurements, what we can see, experience, empirical evidence that while we don't live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball or a globe, but I don't use the word flat Earth because I'm also into biblical cosmology, and in the Hebrew, in the Old Testament and the Greek and the New Testament, God never says flat. And if God said flat, he'd be a liar because Mount Everest goes up 29,000 feet plus, and we're told the Pacific Basin can go down 36,000 feet below sea level. So that's 13 miles. So that's not flat. So I don't like flat because that's what the Flat Earth Society gave us in 1971, and they use it to make us look silly and dumb.
Yeah, that was Smithsonian, something to do with the Smithsonian as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the Earth part in Genesis 1:6-10, it talks about waters above, waters below, with earth or land coming out of the water. So I'll definitely talk about measurements with you and all that stuff. Things that I can, those of us who had unlimited budgets could go visit if we wanted to. I wish I had an unlimited budget. I would go many places. But I will also mention from time to time biblical cosmology. I will not make it my main reference, but I will sometimes reference it if that's okay with you.
Yeah, the only without sounding rude, the only problem with that is I don't know if you've watched any of my other videos, but I go back before the Bible when I point out that the Bible is a copy of the Sumerian tablets.
Yeah.
Literally, I can point to exactly where the tablets are and what the translations are, and obviously they're older than the Bible. So I wouldn't do it nastily, but if you point out something to do with the Bible and I can point you to something where it's wrong, I probably will do that. Not intentionally. It's just obviously if we've got the original tablets that the Bible has copied, I can point to the actual thing.
Yeah, I am a believer. Since I come to this true Earth understanding, I am a believer in Genesis 1, and I am one of those people that believe we're about 6,000 years old as a world, as opposed to Big Bang, which says we're 14.5 billion years old. The Earth started 4.5 billion years ago, and that all species on Earth have evolved from a single cell in the water. I don't go with that whatsoever. If somebody does,
there's a bristle-nosed pine cone tree in California that's over 5,000 years old. They've now found one somewhere else, and that was called Melucifer. They found another one that they think is about 6,000 years old, and underneath underneath the one that's in the bristle-nosed pine cone one in California, underneath that is deep down is sediment and materials that would have needed to have decomposed over a couple of thousand years. So, sort of the 6,000 has sort of gone really with that.
Well, if somebody can show me older than 6,000 years and show it to me, and not just speculate, because some of the things I say is speculation. Maybe you as well. I'm not saying you do, but some of the things I say is speculation, and when I speculate, I try to tell people I'm doing that. So, because I want to be as intellectually honest as I hope somebody is being with me.
Sorry, can I
anyway,
just ask a quick question? So do you
ask away,
believe
sir.
that? Sorry, I just dying to know your answer to this one. It's not a trick question. It's just so. Do you believe that there was an almighty being that created Earth, etc., in 7 days, and or 6 days, and rested on the seventh, and within the 6,000 years? Is that?
Do I take the Bible literally? Yes.
Could I ask you a question then? So, God came, created life on Earth, because if you're doing 6,000 years, you must have literally life started there and then, because it wouldn't have had time to evolve into different species right now.
Yes.
So everything that's here would have been done by God at that point, unless he come back.
Except for computers and automobiles and houses and all that stuff that
So
we use
would he
with
have come
technology.
back? Would he have come back at any point and thought, I'll add some new things here and there, or would it have been just one off and moved on?
Here's my take. Again, I wasn't born back then, and God, I believe God created the heavens and the earth, as it talks about in Genesis 1:1. At the end of the first 5 days, God saw that it was very good. At the end of the 6th day, God saw that it was very good. So he added very, to the good part, and then he rested on the 7th. So he didn't rest on the 7th and come back on the 8th day and say, "Darn it, I need to come back. I need to create Pfizer and Moderna to take care of the viruses that I created." God did not create viruses. So, and then he didn't come back and say, "Oops, I got to spin my ball, around the ever expanding universe." He didn't say that either. And not to get too deep right now, but in Genesis 1:16-17, it said that God placed 2 great lights in the sky, the sun and the moon. He didn't place the sun to give light to the moon. He placed 2 great lights in the sky. And I do have documentation, since I've come to this new realization. I have a BitChute video. 4 times 2 of them are mine, and the other 2 are somebody else. Where the moon, the illuminated part of the moon, is not pointing towards the sun. And I have it on a BitChute video. And I noticed for the first time in my life back in February, I noticed that the illuminated part of the moon was not pointing towards the sun. And it made me go, because for the 98% of my life, I never even thought about it. And so, again, I don't want to push religion or the Bible on anybody, because I know people are either yes or no toward it. And if they're no, I don't want to turn them off to maybe something else I might say. Is that okay?
Yeah. Sorry, just going back to the other part. So there's a volcanic island called Hawaii that was sprang up 200,000 years ago. Every species on that island was different. Plants, insects, etc., was different to everywhere else. Now it's obviously people took plants, took them around the world, etc. But when the first people went there, everything was different. So this is the part that I struggle with. Obviously, I can quote you all the things you said about God and the 7 days. I can tell you that the Anunnaki said that and catalogued things, and then on the 7th day, Enki said. But forgetting that, so really, then God came back, forgetting that it's 200,000 years old, the island. He came back and thought, do you know what? Let's put some new creatures here. It just doesn't make sense. Obviously, I can go back to the original text, literally where Enki tells us there's, the planet comes in from another solar system. Literally thousands of years old tablets telling us that a planet comes in from a different solar system into ours before we even had telescopes. So I would love to chat to you about the Bible side of it, because I could tell you where the tablets are that talk about this sort of stuff that we didn't even find out until after we found the tablets, and yet they're telling us stuff from thousands of years ago, including the word Lord. Enki called himself the Lord. literally the 7 days. Enki says on the Sabbath, he says, right, that's enough. We're going to rest, because they catalogued insects on the first, water on the second, plants, etc., on the third, and so on. And then on the seventh, he said the day of rest. And so you can clearly see what one of them, either the ancient tablets that predates the Bible, or the Bible's right. It's kind of one of them has to be right, and I kind of will always go with the one that's older. So,
Sure.
but yeah, I mean, if you're interested, we can chat about that, because I could point you each time you say something. I can point you to exactly where the original tablet is, and you kind of have to go by the original tablet, because it's a fully fledged language telling us about planets and solar systems that we didn't even know what the solar system was. As far as we was concerned back then, it would have been we were the center of the universe, but they're telling us about 12 planets, and we're the 7th planet in from our solar system. We wouldn't have known that. And
Here's
also, there's a tablet in the British Museum called the Umm Elish, which literally tells us how Earth was formed. And it's possible that we was a binary star system, and the dead star apparently goes round with the planet Nibiru. I don't know if you've heard of what that is, but Hopi Indians call it the Blue Star, and some other tribes call it the Destroyer, and Wormwood and stuff like that. So it's all kind of all makes more sense than the Bible. Trust me, I did read the Bible, and I've had debates with people on the Bible. But everything still comes back to something that's older than the Bible, tells us everything that's in the Bible, but clearer, because the Bible is Hebrew, and it's a translation off of Aramaic, which is a translation off of Babylonian, which is a translation off of the Sumerian tablets, which we've now managed to translate, and it all adds up. Talks about Adam and Eve, how Enki had relationships with the 2 human women that they'd already created. In fact, if you watch one of my latest videos, it shows you that they had about seven or 8 deformities for people that they were trying to create before they first got to the first Adamu, Adapa, who ended up going off to Nibiru at one point. So it's all written there. So it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to go through it with you if you want next time as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, if we do part 1, part 2, it's really up to you, because it's your live, and I appreciate being on it. Thank you for inviting me on. Obviously we could chat for hours, and if you like to, I'm sure open to that. So,
Brilliant.
thank you for having me on. It's
Yeah, no problem. I know
3:35
you've got
here.
to shoot. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
No worries. Thank you, though, for taking the time.
Yeah, and thank you for having me on, and I hope we can talk real soon. I'll look forward to it.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Jim, you said, I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks.
Bye. Bye. Okay. Up to the top. Sorry, because TikTok scrolls me all the way to the bottom. Sometimes I miss messages, so forgive me if I've missed anything. It's not intentional. It's just they only let me go so far to the very top. So I will now go back through all the questions that I can. Scrolling down, people chatting to each other. Mike has wrote, didn't these characters supposedly live like hundreds of years, not like us today? If you're referring to the Anunnaki, they lived for literally 1 million of our years. They would sleep for 7 days and wake for 7 days. To them, that's 1 day. So you can see how it works. And then the offspring off of the Anunnaki, as we know from the dates in the Bible, as well as the Anunnaki's tablets, anywhere from 900 to 300 years were the dates. And then fairly recently, I read a translation of one of the tablets which literally said after the flood they did genetically modify us so that we didn't live as long, which I didn't know that until I read it. I'm constantly learning. So, to have a tablet where it's literally saying these humans were too noisy, etc., let's shorten their lifespan. I mean, to have a tablet, put your head in the mind of who wrote that if it wasn't a genuine thing.
the first ever language to knock up a story and have everyone that ever then writes anything later on follow that narrative in the whole of Mesopotamia, even Egypt, and obviously going along with Greeks as well and Romans. Just the names have changed, but the Anunnaki did change their names, as we know, many a time. But even then, the names in the Egyptians were very slightly off of our translations compared to the translations of the Sumerians. So Osiris is actually called, forgive me, it's very close to Osiris, but it's something like Orisis or something. So you can clearly see that they are the same people as well as the same stories as well. But sorry, scrolling on. Two videos wrote they had children beside Cain and Abel. They did, yes. But those were the first three. They had, was it 30 other children? Enki did, or sorry, Adam and Eve had 30 other children, but they didn't bother writing them down. When you read the Sumerian tablets of Cain and Abel, the Sumerian ones, not the Bible, you find out that obviously they were trying to please Ninurta and Marduk, both by dealing with, one was cattle and the other one was grain. In other words, who would produce the most for the, I don't know whether it was yearly or monthly, but both would go to Ninurta and Marduk and say, hey, look how much I got. And unfortunately, one of them got praised more. You can probably guess which one got praised more. And then they had a fight, and the rest is written in stone, clay tablets, as well as the Bible. Slightly wrong, though, version. Sleek has wrote, we being involved in backwards because of the New World Order. I can't disagree with that. Sorry, yeah. Luna's wrote, what do you guys think of Lemuria? Thingy's gone now. Lewis is gone now, but so she's stuck with me, I'm afraid. So to me, Lemuria is a made-up name, made up by people that know other people haven't got the research to say they're wrong. Same as Bashar. I watched a couple more of his videos the other day, and oh god, I so wanted to write on there wrong. But I can't do that because I'm not that type of person. But yeah, so there is no written evidence. So all you've got is people like Dolores Cannon, who fantastic at spiritual and regression. Can't fault her. Everything that she said, I agree with. Aliens and Atlantis, no. I've done a couple of videos where I literally disprove her in one word, but when you've got someone like that saying that, then everyone else obviously believes her. But Lemuria, there's no evidence, and I go by evidence as best as I can. I go by evidence, and when you work out, if you watch or listen to my live chat about where I believe Atlantis is, literally the closest people have is maybe two steps close to Atlantis, and they'll say
there is an email message.
Sorry about that. And they'll say things like, well, there's a round, for example, the Eye of Sahara, the Richat structure, that's round and it's sort of muddied over, therefore it's sunk, therefore it's Atlantis. That's as close as they get to it. And then they say, well, there was elephants around. No pottery, no nothing. Even though some people say there is, and I say, well, show me where it is. And of course they can't, because there isn't. It's never been excavated either, so I don't know how they're going to find the pottery. But literally they have two steps away from Atlantis. That's what they have, and that's what anyone goes with. Even the ones, researchers that's found all sorts of things under the water, etc. They'll say, oh, well, there's a pot, there's a this and that. Whereas my take on it, and bear in mind mine doesn't include Lemurians, my take on where Atlantis is, hopefully you've watched the videos, has 14 points that can be referenced, and it doesn't go by Plato. Well, it takes three that we can verify by Plato. That was to do with the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. So that was the only things that I took from Plato. I didn't take the rest of his story that's 2 hours long that supposedly was given to him by someone that had to have either written it down, which he didn't, because it was verbally told according to the stories. And, you know, and then that was given to him by a priest who was given to him from 9,000 years before. So it just doesn't make sense. So regard Lemuria, no, I don't think that's I think that's someone making up a name. Luna's wrote to Our True History, we are finding our people. I'm guessing that's here, the good lot of people that's all good and understanding all this kind of stuff. Sorry, scrolling down. Right Honors wrote A.I. With a little alien face. Yeah, the small Orion Greys are I don't know whether to call them artificial intelligence or whether they're androids. No one's really given the definitive on whether they have their own brain, but the mental age of them is about 6. And I guess, you know, if you're a tall white that's in control of these and probably even created them, you probably don't want them to be too smart. If you're going to have worker bees going down picking up people and, you know, getting them undressed and then dressing them again, putting the clothes around back to front, you probably wouldn't want an alien race that you've just created with technology as well. So in other words, an android type, to be smart, because then they will turn around and say, hang on a minute, what are we doing all your work for? User 36 wrote, brilliant channel, so knowledgeable, love it. Thank you very much. That's nice of you. Many thanks to the 2 guests that I had on tonight as well. Luna's wrote, AI is so scary to me. I had channeled message and it could oh crap, it just scrolled all the way to the bottom. I hate that. Sorry guys. It does that. Just as I was literally reading it, it scrolled all the way to the bottom. And that's, I think, because maybe there's too many messages and TikTok's not designed for someone to actually sit and read everyone's messages out. So I'm guessing there's not many TikTokers that do this. Sorry, I'm just scrolling up. Okay, okay, we haven't lost anything, I don't think. I'm just scrolling down. We're finding people. Yeah, AI. I had a channeled message and it could go so bad. Yeah, I did that just scroll again? Yeah, it did. So it says moderator Winnie muted someone. So when that happens, I heard that before. When that happens, I get sent to the very bottom automatically because it shows that someone's done something. Sorry, just scroll all the way back up. Yeah, when I was in the 80s, I had heard a couple of remote viewers say that they saw our future, and it was basically AI controlled about 300 years from now, which is very, very sad to hear. Back in the 80s, because we didn't even have Google or anything. Now, as you say, I mean, I use AI technology for many things that I do in bits and pieces, and it's ridiculously scary. Philip wrote, so true. That's probably something that was said earlier. Winnie's wrote, is all a matter. And this put a crazy little face. Bless you. Luna's wrote, I love these conversations. Thank you. Sorry, it's just me now. Daniel has wrote, so is any of it real? I'm just asking for a friend. Yeah, I mean, to me, aliens are real. We've got tablets that tell us that an alien race came here and genetically modified us. So for someone to have knocked up that story in ancient texts, talking about the first 7 having deformities and describing the deformities, etc., you kind of got to think, was it knocked up as a story and that everyone else followed on? Every single scribe for thousands of years thereafter kept naming the same people, Enki and Enlil and stuff, or was it real? I think it's got to be real. Winnie's wrote, hi Lewis. Oh, sorry, you didn't see it, Winnie. Sorry. Or you might have been reading them, I don't know. HCRES has wrote, "Have you seen an alien?" I hate saying it because I sound like I sound like all the crackpots, don't I? Possibly. I'll just leave it at that because people, my regulars, have heard me say it before. So possibly, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to go see a psychiatrist or I sound like tinfoil hat now, don't I? I sound like one of those people. So that's why I guess you can see why people don't want to say it because it makes you sound stupid if you say you see an alien. Even me, who believes 100% in aliens, I cringe at saying that I think I might have seen an alien. It's stupid. Just scrolling down. Mark has wrote, "Hi from Alaska." Hi. Hopefully it's warm where you are. Not that I know Alaska that well, but I do remember the old TV program. He was a doctor and he went there. Aurora. It had I can't remember the name of it now. Northern Lights, Northern Exposure. That was it. I don't know if anyone's old enough to remember that program. It was a great program. Sorry to the person that wants to join us live. It's coming up to 10-ish, so I probably wouldn't be able to fit someone else in tonight. HCRES says, "I got abducted from an alien once. I'm guessing by an alien once. I would love to know more, but I don't know if I'm going to have time for tonight now to hear all of that." Richard has wrote, "Gravity is still a theory, and where are all the pictures of Earth? Oh, NASA pics. I don't know about all of that." So yes, NASA has admitted that they have composited pictures to make the picture that we saw, the original picture that we saw of the round Earth. They admitted that. Now the problem I've got is where people look now, they don't think properly, and I don't mean it rude, but they don't. They see NASA faking things now, with green screens and stuff, and I agree they do that now. And that's, especially their live streams, that are so-called live streams when they're not really live streams. But my problem is people forget that when they did do live streams in the certainly in the 90s, people were recording it and capturing UFOs flying around. And every time NASA saw a UFO, they would cut the live stream. So you have to admit that they were definitely live streams because there's no way NASA in the 90s would have deliberately added CGI UFOs flying around and then cut their own live stream. So that's the problem I think we've got now, is where people don't do their research and don't go back and look at, did they ever do a true live stream? People don't do that. They just point out green screen, look, da da da. But they genuinely did do live streams. So now they deliberately do the fake live streams because they don't want, guess what, UFOs to be flying around. So they fake it so that they don't have that issue of doing a live stream where UFOs are flying around. Scrolling on. Luna's wrote, "Admiral Byrd, anyone?" Question mark. Hopefully you heard me and a couple of people there talking about Admiral Byrd earlier. Elaine has wrote, "I know a friendly priest. Would that do?" I'm trying to remember what that was talking about now. Is she nice? Sorry, bad joke. It's just the way you wrote. "I know a friendly priest. Would that do?" She got brown eyes. Anyway, it's not a bad joke. Phyllis, I can't remember what that was to do, Elaine. Sorry. Phillips wrote, "Sasquatch believed in real Glenny M.I. Hart if Horon National Forest." I'll try and read that again. Sasquatch. I'm guessing that's Sasquatch. It reads Sasquatch, so I'm guessing it's Sasquatch. Believed real in Glenny MI, so I'm guessing that's a place. I don't know where MI is off the top of my head in America. Sorry, heart. So in other words, in the heart of MI, I'm guessing. If Horon, I'm guessing that should be in Horon National Forest. So in other words, Sasquatch is believed to be real in Horon National Forest. Yeah. I mean, looking at some of the footage, not all of it, some of the footage that I see on TikTok and YouTube of people filming Bigfoot from a distance or sometimes even fairly close. I fall for it because, I look at how not just the footage, but I look at how the person's acting, how their camera footage is. Was they prepared for it? How long is the video? Do we only just see it? Do we see the creature walking up? Do we see the person walking up? I look at it all from a filming point of view because that's my background really. And some of those seem genuine. Like there's one where there's Bigfoot was well off in the distance in snow. You might have seen it, and these people are up on a higher elevation, and they're zoomed in with their camera, and you can see this massive shape, but obviously it's so far away it doesn't look massive, but you can tell it's massive. And for that to have been faked, you would have had to have asked a friend to go down in the middle of a valley, hope that no avalanches come while you're dressed as Bigfoot. If you're going to go and hire a Bigfoot costume and make it look real, you do it a little bit closer. You don't have it as a sort of almost a dot walking off in the distance. So that one I believe is genuine, just simply because of the logic for them to go and say, hey, to their mate, go way down there and risk everything just to do one tiny little shot of a. Yeah, so there's things out there that I do believe. A name that I can't read. It looks like Samantha in italics with script font, or handwriting font. One time I had a dream from the Book of the Dead. Laugh out loud. I'm guessing you've read the Book of the Dead to know what the dream was. I'd be interested to know, because the Book of the Dead, for those who don't know, is the Egyptian book, and it helps people pass through the underworld briefly. That's the short synopsis of it. Marcus wrote 50,000. I'm not sure what that's referring to, Mark. Sorry. I don't know if it's because I'm behind, obviously, on the messages. Richards wrote, obviously they must have. Sorry, there must have been women for Adam and Eve. Yeah. So the way it worked was, according to the tablets, which predate the Bible by thousands of years, the Anunnaki created humans from Neanderthal using their own DNA in Africa 300,000 years ago. 200,000 years after that, Enki decided to have relationships with two of them, which gave birth to, obviously, descendants of the ones from 300,000 years ago, which gave birth to Adipa and Titi, which was Adam and Eve. And there were still, obviously, other humans, not the two that just gave birth to Adam and Eve, but other humans around. And that's how we end up with more people breeding with more people, as opposed to just, if you believe the Bible, there was no women mentioned, as you say. But yeah, if you go by the tablets, then it makes more sense because there were women. HRES has wrote, was so fast, couldn't remember the whole thing. Oh, that was the trying to remember what you said now. Sorry. I can't remember what you said. Forgive me, I was just trying to scroll back up there. Lunas wrote, he was a government official and documented everything. Again, not sure who that was now. Was that to do with Project Blue Book? I don't know if that was, or Admiral Byrd. I'm not sure. Sorry, Megan. It's coming up to 10 o'clock here in the evening, and I normally try and put my boy to bed at 10. So sorry for not accepting your live request just then. Marcus wrote, I've seen 3 UAPs, which is really weird because some people, they probably don't even know what a UAP is now. It's certainly my generation grew up with flying saucers and UFOs, and now it's UAP. I don't know why they changed the name. Lunas wrote, it was a whole fleet. Oh, wow. That was to do with your dream, I think you said, was it? Or was that someone else? I'm getting a bit confused now because sometimes I miss things because of the way TikTok works. Not designed for people to read every question out. H3 Orion has wrote source. I would need to have known what I was talking about to point you to the correct source. So I can't, I don't know what I was talking about at the time you wrote that. Sorry. Watch my videos. I point to the sources. In fact, the last couple of videos I point to where the Lord is mentioned for the first time ever in tablets form before the Bible. Texas wrote, has anyone ever heard of a trumpet sound coming directly from the sky in the past 12 years? All interesting. I've not, but I know people have heard sounds coming from underground. But where did I hear the trumpet sound? Yes, I think someone else might have said something similar on a live once. That's interesting. That is. H3 Orion has wrote, or Ron has wrote, I've seen videos about it. I'm not sure what you were referring to there because earlier you asked me source, so I don't know what that's talking about. Sorry, it's what happens when you get behind on these so far. Richards wrote, yes, Admiral Byrd, how about Project Fishbowl? So unfortunately, people attribute the Project Fishbowl to a dome over the planet, and therefore that's what it is, just by the name of it. Now, Admiral Byrd also had a Project High Jump, but I didn't remember seeing any athletes jump in there. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So sometimes the name doesn't always equate with Project Blue Book. Technically, it was a blue book. In that case, that one fits. Luna's wrote, it's not all flat. I'm guessing that's Earth. Texas wrote, in Texas. That was the trumpets in Texas. No, saying that you might have heard it Mark's wrote, I've seen ghosts, had my life saved by unseen hands. Wow, okay, that's interesting because I have heard many stories like, a truck driver driving along starts to fall asleep and he wakes up and sees a hand turning the wheel and just in time for it to not crash into either the edge or another vehicle. So that's interesting. That's you're not the only person that said that. I would love to have known more about that. Maybe catch me in another live if you wouldn't mind. I'd love to know more on that. Phillips wrote, I will kitten as a glober. I will kitten as a glober. I'm guessing you mean you're a glober, which is fantastic. Thank you. There's not many of us left by the sounds of it. Oh, Winnie's wrote to Lewis with a big heart at the end of it. That's nice. Mike has wrote to Slico, there's no way the world is flat if every other single planet we're looking at is a circle. I know that they come out with that the other planets are lights, basically. Even though we've got a tablet that talks about the other planets and landing on one of the planets, which just happens to be Mars, before we even knew about Mars. Crazy. That those tablets would have been written. I mean, they might have just been able to see Mars with the naked eye back then, I don't know. But to write a story about people landing there and refueling their ship with water from Mars is pretty out there, if it's not real. Texas, I ran outside and it was like I knew it was God. It was crazy. That was the trumpet sound, I'm guessing. Bubba's wrote, Gigati? I don't know what Gigati is. Sorry. Texas wrote, the trumpet sounded for so long. Yeah, I can't answer what that one is. Wow, and he's wrote for 10 minutes or so. That is long. Wow. Salika's wrote, what the human race is going is mass hypnosis. Never heard truer words. Yeah, I think we almost had it all 2 years ago, didn't we? Phillips wrote, I've not seen him in guest. Oh, that was me earlier talking about thinking, yeah, thank you. Yeah, we ended up hooking up, so to speak. Richards wrote, Britannica 1954, Antarctica gives dimensions of the dome No kidding, look it up. I've heard of that, and I was too late in the evening to go and point out too many things. Yeah, it's funny how they. I'm just going to say it's funny how they could find the dome when they're not allowed to. Do you get what I'm saying? If no one else can find it, why could the Britannica find it? And then not only find it, take a tape measure and measure the dimension of the dome. Do you see what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. And then also, the Book of Enoch talks about the firmament, which it does. Now, he lived in Middle East, and there's millions and millions of people living around that area, and they can't see the dome. So how did he see the dome? Or was he talking about the atmosphere, which is what the original tablets refer to as the firmament, when they struggle to get through the atmosphere or the firmament? Roberts wrote, "Can't take me who I am at first. Bank, you'll never understand me. Me, a star man, big blessed." It's probably not you, Robert. It's probably me. I'm probably too tired to understand what that meant. Sorry. I'm sure someone hopefully got what you meant. Sorry. Phillips wrote, Belides are okay as long as you are not spreading it. I don't know what Belides. Oh, well, then he wrote underneath, meant beliefs. Beliefs are okay as long as you're not spreading it. Yeah, that was probably when I was talking about, whatever's in someone's head is up to them as long as they're not hurting someone. And I guess technically you're right, as long as they're not spreading it. In other words, pushing it on other people. It's a fair point. User 23 is right. I've seen things some would say I'm nuts, but I know what I've seen. Here we believe you, but people I mean, even now I get people calling me a nutter. So I'd love to know, but I probably won't have time to go through that tonight. So maybe come on another live and let me know what it is that you've seen. I'll be interested to know. Luna's wrote, "Can't agree to disagree." Sandy's wrote, "I believe in all that." Ah, bless you, with little hearts faces. Richards wrote, "Pretty sure they were painting this then." Evil says, "Oh wait, Smithsonian get rid of giant bones." Yeah, they did. I mean, when you realise who funds the Smithsonian, you realise it wasn't the Smithsonian. You realise it was a company or family called, starts with Rock. Dumpy has wrote, "Did we NAE on the Neanderthals?" Did we NAE on the Neanderthals? If you're asking what I think you're asking, did the humans that were around that the Anunnaki created from Neanderthals breed with Neanderthals? And yes, we've got, scientists have come up with found bones of half Neanderthals and half Homo erectus and half they bred with everything. We've got they found bones with pretty much everything. Not when I say pretty much everything. There's, like I say, there's a place over in India, an island where some of their DNA doesn't match anything. So there's probably hominids around that area or on that island or near that island. Sorry, I'm just about to yawn. Sorry, I've got a day off tomorrow. Yay. But yeah, they're generally bred with everything that they could possibly breed with, or everyone bred with everyone. Soul Eaters wrote, when your experience is evident and affirmed, you don't need a belief, you just need openness. That should be on a t-shirt, maybe front and back. It's a bit long, but yeah, I get it's brilliant. Roberts wrote, "Someday you all know my name. I love you all." Okay, Robert. Sorry, I'm just it's because I'm logical. Obviously, your name's Robert there, and it says someday you all know my name. Thank you, Robert. Martin's wrote, "Hi guys, I'll just shut the door quiet and take a seat." Oh, bless you, Martin. Thank you for even coming and joining. Winnie's wrote, I'm towing the line. Oh, yeah, that was what I said earlier, isn't it? It's sad, isn't it? It's so sad. But you're one of us here, Winnie. And your dog loves you as well. And I'm sure your dog loves me, but doesn't know it yet. Richard wrote, skeletons, I mean, I don't know. That was to do with the... Was that to do with the Smithsonian? But I do know I'll listen to the words of Jesus Wu, as Ric Flair would... crap, it scrolled all the way to the bottom. As Ric Flair would say, that was the wrestler. American, WWE, well, I think he was in a couple, showing my age now. Sorry, it scrolled all the way to the bottom. I hate that. It's probably someone blocking someone or something. Sorry guys, I'm trying to get back to the where it is. I swear TikTok doesn't think people ever read anyone's questions. Sorry, I'm trying to find... Wow, there was a lot of questions. I'll try and go as long as I can. Well, Jesus, there's a lot of questions. Has anyone heard of trumpet? Right, okay, we're nearly there. Can't agree to disagree. Robert, someday you'll know my name. Toe the line, skeletons. Yeah, okay, we're pretty much back. Nastrums wrote flat earth. I did have a little debate with the flat earther person. He didn't seem to answer any of my questions. So I'll still believe it's round. Martin's wrote, yeah, I was the same disqualified driver and I'm good now. Yeah, yeah, it happens, doesn't it? Especially back in the day when, cameras weren't so prevalent. Waterworld just wrote, hi, I just want to say hi. That was earlier as well. Thank you, Waterworld, or True Earth. The logo's True Earth, but the name's Waterworld. Custard the Horses wrote, sounds like the cop was being kind of harsh. Not sure what that one was referring to, whether it was me being banged up. I've been banged up a few times, but that's another story. For different things. But all good, all nice, nothing bad. All mistakes, really. Rabbit, I'll have to tell you guys one day. Rabbits wrote, anyone will see him coming in the clouds, true history. Richards wrote, yes, not been shown logically, we're spinning or it's round. I'm guessing that's to do with Earth. Obviously, when you're already on the ball that's spinning, it's difficult. It's the same as when you're on a train or a plane. You don't realise you're spinning or moving, but you are. Martin's wrote, he knows a lot, the host. Oh, thank you, Martin. I can see that you said number 3 there, which means you've been listening for ages. Bless you. Thank you very much for doing that. Richards wrote, they show pics all around, then deGrasse Tyson says it's oval. I mean, come on. Then, sorry, he carries on. Lots of scientists get paid pretty good, though, just to say BS. Oh, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. But, I mean, the logic, if you just put logic out there of where people try and do experiments on Earth to try and recreate a planet is flawed. They're straight away they're flawed. They're trying to do... some guy with a drill had a tennis ball, I don't know if you've seen it, and he's put it in a bucket of water and then spins it and the water flies off and goes, there you go. And I wrote on there, just scale that up to the size of a planet, add a moon, add a sun, and then see what happens. That's the only way you can do that experiment. You don't do it inside the place that's already the experiment, that's already got the gravity. You can't do that. It doesn't work that way. But of course they don't see it that way. Winnie's blocked someone. Thank you, Winnie. Nastrom wrote, how far could the ice go before past the wall? Well, there's technically no ice wall, because as the person admitted that it was Antarctica that he was talking about, and when I mentioned there's zero zilch evidence of anyone, with an ice wall behind anywhere else other than Antarctica and, well, North and South Pole, because he pointed out the ships with pictures of an ice wall, which is in Antarctica, which then it's just an ice wall in Antarctica. It doesn't. It's like me saying, here's a picture of a dog. The dog's here and doesn't mean anything. It's just like a picture of a ship next to an ice wall in Antarctica, because that's what Antarctica mostly is, ice. So, yeah, I don't know. That was a pretty flawed argument, in my opinion, when I then mentioned what about behind Australia, and again couldn't answer it. So Mike Bowman's wrote, how about Operation High Jump Ritual Byrd? What's the blah blah blah. Again, massive land mass that broke off in the ancient times. Doesn't mean there's extra land, and even if even if I'm wrong, which I'm not, even if I'm wrong, and it's all to do with, we're on a flat Earth, why Antarctica? Why not Hawaii? Why not have the Hawaii Treaty as opposed to the Antarctica Treaty? Because if no one's ever seen an ice wall around the planet, zero zilch nada, more people have. We have got the logbooks of Blackbeard the pirate, and he says he's seen sirens and mermaids. He's just one of a few logbooks that we do have where they have said they've seen mermaids. Now, these people sail all over the place back then. So, not one logbook ever, zero, not in one plain logbook, nothing has ever said that they've come across ice wall behind Scotland, behind Iceland, behind. I mean, technically, you could say slightly to the side of Iceland, you'd have ice, but that's obviously North and South poles. Is a proper thing. But yeah, anyway. Chelsea's wrote, oh no, sorry to the person that wants to do a live. I get a lot of people with names like, sort of Israeli names or something like that I can't even, they're sort of squiggles, so apologies for that want to live. Chelsea's wrote, oh no, this is going to be me when I get older, 40 years of research and then loads of laughing out loud as if I'm a nutter. Or, yeah, let's be honest, that's what it is. Trying to make me look stupid. Rabbits wrote, the earth is home, flat or round, laugh at makes no difference. Fair point, Rabbit. You make a fair point. Taya Wiz wrote, hello everyone. Hi there. Mike Bowman's wrote, bigger than the USA. No, the God of the Bible opened the windows to heaven, Book of Enoch, the flood. You might want to watch my videos, or go to the University of Oxford's website, where you can actually type in what you want to type in. They don't have everything there, because as we know, Iraq Museum, Baghdad Museum, the Louvre, other universities around the States, basically everywhere's got tablets, so they're not the whole definitive collection is in the Oxford University, but it's a really good place to start, because it's got literally telling us that he's the Lord, and I'll be doing videos on breaking it down for people if they're interested. But so when you say God of the Bible opened the windows to the heaven, Book of Enoch, the flood, I would disagree with that. And to be honest, I don't remember the Book of Enoch talking about God opening windows. Martin's wrote, when you look at any other planet, they're all round, all the moons are round too. Yeah, the problem is they say that the flat earthers, forgive me if you're flat earther and I've put your pronoun wrong, but yeah, they say that they're suns, they're stars, they're lights, and they say that the moon is a I mean, some people say that. Obviously, they do disagree with themselves, but some say that the moon is plasma, and then some people say no, it's just a reflection of Earth. Yeah. Mike has wrote all the original tapes declassified. Watched his diary is better. Problem is his diary went missing. So I'm not sure what you watched with his diary. It went missing a long time unless someone's found it, and I'm not heard of that. Richards wrote size of Texas caused the flood, probably raining for 40 days and 40 nights. Sorry, I'm not trying to troll you. No problem at all. Well, okay, so if it rains for 40 days and 40 nights, what do you have at the end of it when the water subsides? Do you still have your buildings? Yeah. So, if you have a deluge that is a tsunami, and let's say it's, as the description is in the tablets, as high as the sky, if you've got that, would you then, knowing what tsunamis do with mud and everything, bearing in mind back then we had very little infrastructure like we have now, whatever buildings they had would have been covered over in mud, sand, silt, dirt, and everything else that was there would have covered the buildings over, just as we have found now cities underneath Jericho covered over. There's more evidence as well of other places that have been buried over with sand, mud, dirt, silt, etc. So then you got to say, okay, which one is it? Is it a flood, 40 days and 40 nights? Or, bearing in mind that was written at least 10,000, the Bible was written 10,000 years after the actual event. Or do we go by the tablets where it talks about a deluge as high as the sky that swept across and covered everything over? I know which one I'd go with. Simply just because of the logic of what's left, where we're now finding buildings, etc., underneath stuff, as opposed to it just subsiding with water. And that's really, no matter how high the water is, you would still have, you wouldn't have been able to build on top of it. You wouldn't have built Jericho again on top of somewhere that was just flooded and then subsided, because the water did subside in both the tablets and in the Bible. So you got to go pick one. I will go with the older tablets that's closer to actually what happened, because it makes more sense as well. And the fact that the Anunnaki were aware of what was going on, and they set up monitoring stations to keep an eye on the ice shelf, and they knew when it was going to go, because it was coming around when Nibiru was going to come back around. It all kind of made sense, more sense than the Bible, where and also you got to remember the Bible's talking about that man and giants would be killed at the same time, and therefore the gods happy, which is lovely to think that God thought that. But when you got the original tablets, and again, Astrahasis in the British Museum tells that Enki Enlil isn't happy with the humans, and is more than happy to let them die in the flood. So I would go with the tablets. Jane has wrote, hi, time check 9:14. Thank you, Jane. It's 10:22 now, so I'm over an hour behind. Martin has wrote, yeah, you're right. I'm not sure what that was referring to, but thank you. We Demo has wrote, facts. Hope you're all listening and spreading the word. I'm guessing that's stuff we've been saying tonight. Hopefully it is. Mike has wrote, if you audibly say Google long jeans watch commercial with Admiral Byrd, with Admiral Richard Byrd. If you audibly say Google long jeans watch commercial with Admiral Byrd, I'm guessing that's on YouTube or something, because obviously I've got a Google that doesn't have a screen behind me. It's a little mini. Winnie's wrote, asked him about meteorites, please, boss. We'll have to. We'll probably end up doing a live with that guy again. I kind of wished he'd answered, the why is it equal Hawaii, Admiral Byrd's correct definition of it. It just didn't. He sort of, as I thought he might, and I'm not knocking him, but that's what they seem to do. They just sort of change the subject to something else instead of answering a question. So, to me, when you can't answer the questions, some of them are simple, as you say, like the comets and the meteorites. With space, like Halley's Comet that goes round, that's in space. It's not in water, and that's not inside the dome. Because if it's inside the dome, it hits the dome, and that's further out than the distance that they say that he just said that we can't go any further than. So, yeah. Thank you, Winnie. Monstro has wrote, my people travelled all these lands 25,000 years, teaching how to live one with Mother Nature. Tonanzi? I'm terrible at pronunciations. It's sad, isn't it, how we, how I was going to say Western people, but how we Western people are materialistic. I guess everyone is to some degree, but back then, people lived off the land as best they could, and now look at us, we can throw trash away. You open in a packet of something for dinner, and you got a cardboard sleeve, then you got plastic, then you got a plastic thing that's over the top of that. Just it's crazy how much we are. Zed has wrote, imagine putting a rocket into orbit. Well, see, the ISS is a genuine thing. No one can debunk that the ISS isn't up there, because you can actually literally have an app and watch it with your own eyes. And I know people have done that. I've seen videos of people looking up at the ISS as it flies past. So it's either inside the dome or it's outside the dome. And so when people say that rockets hit the dome, clearly some rockets get past because they wouldn't be able to build the ISS and put it up there. Martin's wrote, yeah, never thought of that. I don't know what's that, what I was talking about, sorry. Mike has wrote, declassified military tapes, Operation Fistbowl proved permanent, us 20 plus high altitude nukes Russia. So what that's saying is that Mike's saying that they sent up nukes to try and, instead of going to the edge of the dome, let's cut all the rubbish. Which is easier, going to the edge and trying to break through that way, or sending up rockets, letting everyone know, because obviously we know because you're talking about it, that they're trying to send up rockets that hit a dome, even though there's the ISS flying around in water? No. In space? Okay. But still within the dome? Yeah, okay. Even though rockets hit the dome that you guys say hit the dome before it even gets up, 7 miles up. There's a video that everyone's saying, oh, it hit the dome. So which is it? It just doesn't make sense to me. All of these different versions just doesn't make sense to me. Craig has wrote OTH gold with a little medal. OTH. I'm not up with the lingo. OTH. I'll pretend that that's something nice. So Pandora sent me a rose, and so is Martin now as well. Thank you, Richard. Thank you. You don't have to, Martin. I appreciate it, but it's nice. Richard wrote, what about the height, though, that the Brit says? I think 360 miles to the top. Well, let me throw something out there that's just going to end this right now. End this right now. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Give me a second. What was it called? Beagle 2. Independent rocket went to Mars, fouled or was shot down by Mars, got past the dome. That's the end of it. Independent, not NASA, British people got past the dome. How the hell did that work? Literally, they had pictures of it going to the moon. It passed the dome. That's the end of it. No more dome talk. Job done. Okay, moving on. Martin has wrote Operation High Jump is well documented. Yes, it is. Yeah, lots of people covered that. Mike has wrote he was also over a massive flotilla over the NATO allies 1 year after World War II. 2-year mission lasted 6 months. I'm guessing that was Admiral Byrd you're referring to. Brandon's wrote I have amazing input. As Five Alive would say, need input. Catch me on my next live because I've gone over my time. So, but I'm off tomorrow, so who cares? I decided to take the day off to finish some work here. Salik wrote, shh, they don't want us to know our true power. That should be your name, our true power, and I could be our true history. Winnie's wrote iceberg. Trying to remember now what that would be referring to. Sorry, Winnie. Off the top of my head, I can't place what I would have been talking about. Saliko's wrote Iron Bell. I wonder if that's to do with the Glock, the German bell, basically. Mikhail, forgive me if I pronounced that wrong. Eamon he wrote. Kimber has wrote saying we've been lied to about everything. I wouldn't say everything. Sorry, it's not you. It's just me. I always cover out how I say things because people could pick you up on it. But yeah, we've been lied to by a hell of a lot. Salik has wrote, when I see aliens, I'll laugh at the attempt. When I see aliens, I'll laugh at the attempt. I'm not sure what that means. Sorry. Martin's right. I need to go into orbit. Well, Beagle 2 did. Independent. In fact, they really didn't want nothing NASA involved at all. But there you go. Brandon's wrote ISO of rocket engines is only 300 to 400 seconds. I'm guessing that's the initial burn. I'm guessing. Not an expert on the propulsion system on it. When he's wrote photograph cannot depict length and width and depth. I'm guessing of the Earth from above. No, but it can show you that one edge is nearer than one that's further away. It would do that. So if a rocket was nearer to the flat edge of a flat Earth by 4,000 miles, and the other side was 20,000 miles. In other words, I'm basing it on the diameter of the Earth itself, which is 24,000 miles, give or take. So one side would be 4,000, the other. You would see the difference. You would. You wouldn't see equal distance. You only see equal distance on a round ball, if that's what you was talking about, Winnie. Sorry. Craig has wrote true Earth spitting facts. He mentioned things, and I pointed him out where Admiral Byrd said something different to what he would have probably said, and he changed the subject on that. So I would probably say again I'm right and he's wrong, only because everything that he said, well, not everything, but majority of the things, because obviously time limit, I didn't have time to keep cutting him off and saying I'm pointing him to the right direction. But the things he mentioned, I kind of pointed out, like 6,000 years old and Admiral Byrd and da da da. So I'll stick with my thoughts. Mike has wrote Operation High Jump tapes declassified. Watch them. There's an ice wall in Antarctica. Yes, there is ice wall. Do you know what happens at the edge of the ice in Antarctica? Sometimes it breaks off, so it doesn't go sloping down. When it breaks off, when a big sheet of ice breaks off of somewhere in Antarctica, guess what happens? Guess what you're left with? I'll give you a guess. It's very high, and it's made of ice. Some people call it a wall. So guess what you're left with in Antarctica when a lump of ice breaks off of the edge? You're left with an ice wall. So when people say that there's an ice wall in Antarctica, yes, even people going round in on these big cruise ships have sometimes seen ice break off of these ice walls in that area around Little America, etc. But it doesn't mean that's behind Australia, an ice wall. It still means it's an ice wall because it's ice in. Stop the world! I want to get off. The Spanish Inquisition has wrote. I hope they don't ask me a question. Bum bum. Bad joke. Yeah, they go at an angle to reach orbit, aka spinning around the planet rather than leaving it. So how did the ISS get up there, and how did the Beagle even get past? I think the Beagle just answers it all, doesn't it? I mean, really? Unless you're saying that these British people spent their own fortune building this rocket, knowing it's going to hit a dome, or even then, worst case scenario, hitting the dome and then being told to fake pictures as it carries on its journey, and then they're tracking it as well to fake all of that. These British people that didn't want nothing to do with NASA have been told to do all of this. Yeah, no, it doesn't sit right with me. So in other words, they got it past the dome, and therefore it just doesn't sit right with me. Well, I scrolled to the bottom again. So I hate when it does that. Sorry guys. I'm trying to go as quick as I can. I really am. Wow. Sorry. Talking about just right. Okay, I'm at the top here. Metadex has wrote, please block me. So obviously I've missed questions because it scrolled all the way to the bottom. Metadex has wrote, please block me. I'm not sure why you would say that. Feel free to just not watch my videos or listen to me if you're interested. Susan's wrote, what island by India? Have a watch of my videos. It's about 6 or 7 back. I think on 900 I started from India. So look from 900. There's only probably 10 videos after 900. So just scroll back to 900 and watch the videos there onwards. I can't remember which particular one it is. Probably five in, something like that. And it's a true fact. It's not me making it up. I wouldn't do that. People would pull me out really quickly. And it tells you the name of the island. I can't remember the name of the island off the top of my head. I'm not great at pronunciations, even if I could remember it. So your best bet's just to watch the video and you'll see. And then feel free to look it up yourself. Sorry. Sausage has wrote Indonesia Denivisms, I think. I think we do have Denivisms DNA. So if you're referring to the unknown DNA on that Indian island, we do have Denivisms. Otherwise, we wouldn't know to call them Denivisms if we didn't have their bones and DNA already. So it wouldn't be any ones that we already know of, if that's what you're referring to. Moderator Winnie blocked Metadex. Oh, okay. I don't know what went on before that, but I'll probably get blamed for blocking that person now. Zorg has wrote, why NASA imaginary is so consistent over 60 years? Sorry, sorry. I'm tired now. Why NASA's imagery so consistent over 60 years? Question mark. I'm guessing you're referring to the moon. The planet Earth. As I say, they did fake the pictures of Earth, but they didn't fake the live streams that they done where they had UFOs flying around. Literally, you can go and still look them up on YouTube. They're around. Not the greatest quality because obviously back then they had different types of cameras that, like night vision type cameras. So some of them are quite grainy, but you can see UFOs flying around, no problem at all. Terence has wrote, if people believe selling your soul works, why wouldn't a prayer work? If people believe selling your soul works, I'm not sure why people would think they're not mutually exclusive. I mean, the prayer, from everything I know about spirits, etc., prayer is to do with manifestation, whereas selling your soul is literally you allowing the spirit that's joined with you to be used and abused by whoever it is you sold it to. Now, whether or not that actually happens, I don't know, but I can't see why they wouldn't. Either of them could be done either. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to struggle to pronounce that. Sean has wrote, personal question: do you not show your face for your protection? I do a few other things. Film work, majority of it. Film director and whatnot, and some of the people I work with are high up in the industry, and if they thought I was a bit of a nutter, they wouldn't do anything, but I'd just feel a bit more uncomfortable knowing that these people, top of their field, and and if they're not into what I talk about, then they'll probably think, oh my God, he's a nutter, and so I just hide my face really for that. Plus, the scars hasn't healed from the alien intervention that they did on me. I told them, just a tuck here and a tuck there, but they didn't listen. Sorry, bad joke. Jane has wrote to Samuel, this live is about history, not Bible class or a religious group. I'm guessing I missed Samuel's message because I scrolled all the way to the bottom, unfortunately. Just scrolling down. Catherine's wrote, I'm believing that all the big bones are mostly humans, perhaps other animals, but not dinosaurs. Is it so hard to believe that there was bigger animals in our past? Especially when you got the Ica stones and the Acambro figurines. Have a look, Catherine, at these Acambro figurines and the Ica stones, ICA, Ica stones. 44,000 of them carved with people, humans-ish, and dinosaurs, and different types of dinosaurs that we didn't even know about until after we found these carvings of these dinosaurs. I'd say they were real dinosaurs back then. It's just, we've got animals now that if we weren't hunting them to extinction, another 100 years, certain animals, elephants might be gone, and then 1,000 years later, people saying elephants, no such thing. They're human bones. Wow. If we didn't see wows, and someone said to us there was a massive creature, three buses lengths long, you'd say nah. But luckily enough, we have seen them. So yeah, I think a big creature's quite acceptable. Lazar has wrote, learn anatomy. Probably something I've said wrong then, maybe, about a particular body part. I'm just trying to, it's a couple of people chatting to each other. Nate has wrote, you're doing a great job. Oh, thank you, Nate. Thank you. Lou has wrote, belief is a way not to learn. Faith is courage to learn. Getting a lot of proverbs tonight, aren't we? Brilliant. Some good ones there. Belief is a way not to learn. Faith is courage to learn. And then my favourite is, you know what film this is from, so you know it's going to be from a film if I'm talking about it. A wise man likes the feel of nature on his face. A brave man will get in out of the rain. Name the film. Right, moving on. Scrolling down, people chatting to each other. Marcus wrote, scientifically and divine design together. I'm not sure what I was talking about at that point. Sorry, I'm behind probably an hour. So it is live, by the way, but it's because I read messages out. Pink Moon has wrote, I never tried. Sorry if I sound like my nose is blocked. It is. I've got a doctor's appointment on Tuesday. I've never tried to sell my soul, though. Probably wouldn't recommend it, because if we do leave our body and float around as a spirit, then if you're then, attached to someone that you sold your spirit to, then you will be for all eternity stuck with that person, whoever it is. Lazar has wrote, why is NASA imagery so consistent over 60 years if CGI? Why is NASA's imagery so consistent over 60 years if CG? Don't know how. I mean, technically, we didn't have CG 60 years ago. I mean, one could argue, well, military did. But I don't really get the question when you say imagery's consistent over 60 years if CG. I don't really get the question on that. Sorry, maybe I'm tired. Sorry. Pink Moons wrote, but if selling your soul actually worked, more people would have witchy powers and money and power. I guess, yeah. Bobo's wrote, but if we can hear spirits and feel them, why can I not see them? I mean, our visual range is minuscule. It really is. So according to scientists, I'm trying to remember exactly, but you can research it. So basically, from here to the moon, we can only see about 6 to 12 foot, something like that, in the spectrum range. That's how small we can see. So, if you point a camera, your phone, at a remote control and press the buttons, and you see the little light up, even though we can't see it with our own eyes, that's out of our visual range. Microwaves, infrared, ultraviolet, and the list just goes on. They're all outside of our visual range because we only have a certain range. So spirits are around, and sometimes they get caught on certain cameras, such as night vision cameras, as orbs or as spirit entities floating around. So they're there. Just because we can't see them doesn't mean they're not there, because our visual range is really limited, really, really limited. Now, roll on, 100 years' time, I think we will have technology not only to see spirits, like a pair of glasses or something that has the technology in it, like night vision does. I think we'll be able to talk to them via people still trying to build it now, what they call a soul phone, where the spirit will talk through the phone and you literally hold the phone and you can hear them and you can talk back to them there and then. So I think that's going to come eventually, whether or not we're here when it happens. Kit Kats wrote, I love that you read them. Thank you. That's the comments. Yeah, I just can't help. I should have, sorted some dogs out and put my kid to bed about an hour ago, but I can't help it. I have to reply to people. So if you spent the time to write, I've posted on people's lives before and they just ignore it. I mean, when I say they ignore it, they really don't look. They just they go walk away, or they'll just wait to the bottom scroll one, and then they'll only read the ones out that they want to read out. So I can't do that. It's not me. Kathleen's wrote, my beliefs, aliens, Bigfoot, spirits are all Nephilim. Well, that's interesting. I've never heard anyone say all of that before. My regulars know that my take on the Nephilim is, Anunnaki offspring with humans. Some of them had gigantism, and that's what we had with Nephilim. Obviously, aliens are aliens. Bigfoot is an alien, but here on Earth, stuck here. And spirits are not even giants. So I don't know how the Nephilim would have worked with the spirits part. So yeah, I wouldn't agree with that, I'm afraid. CG has wrote, okay, choose not to believe because it's easier. Not sure what that was referring to, or even if that was for me. Sorry. Scrolling down. Nate has wrote, you found Bigfoot yet? Serious? I found Atlantis, I believe. I'm the only person that's actually pointed out more than one or two things that match. But Bigfoot, I haven't been looking into Bigfoot recently because I've been doing all these other bits, so I can't say that I've, can pinpoint Bigfoot. And even if I did, even if I knew, somehow found a location that he hides in, or they hide in. And when I say they, I'm on about a group, not his pronoun that he wants to be called they. Even if I found his, her, they cave, I wouldn't tell. I really wouldn't tell, because you know what's going to happen. Hunters would go there. I'm not saying they would believe me, but if accidentally someone came across the same cave that I mentioned and realised there is. But hunters would go there, and literally these things would be hunted to extinction, because every single hunter on the planet that thinks it's great to kill a boar, or a deer, and they think that that's clever, that they can kill a deer that's just standing there eating. Imagine bagging a Bigfoot, priceless. So yeah, I wouldn't even say it, even if I did. Lazar has wrote, good night, bro. Got to go to sleep. Oh, bless you. Thank you very much for coming. Martin's wrote to Kit Kat. I generally don't read out people's ones they chat to each other. User 139 has wrote, wasted life. Didn't I see User 139 earlier on saying something? But okay, no problem at all. I'll just block you because obviously you're not interested in what I've got to say. No problem. Scrolling down, Nate has wrote, not our job to know flat Earth or round Earth. That's a fair point. Mackey's wrote, okay, let's start with Roswell incident and Bob Lazar, with a laughing out loud face. In other words, they don't believe either. How much research have you done, Mackie, on the Roswell incident? Let me ask you a question. I'm not going to get to probably your answer, but are you aware of the Roswell stone? No. Let's be honest, you're not, because if you was, you'd be like, wouldn't have put the laughing face at the end of it. So are you aware of the mortician that was asked to give a little 4-foot coffin or casket to the military? No. Are you aware of all the military people with the eyewitnesses? Literally, there was rows of cars. I don't know if you know this, but basically, when the military turned up, they cordoned off the area, but loads of people went there because they obviously read in the local newspaper, that there was a UFO, if you remember, and then shortly after it was changed to a weather balloon. But people had read the UFO and they went to the ranch, and they'd got stopped a distance away, but they got stopped by military and said you can't go any further. So these people stopped their cars. Some of them actually even took pictures. Can you believe that? You didn't see anything. All you saw was what looked like people bending over on the ground on hands and knees, army personnel hunting for debris, basically, which we now know is debris. So those eyewitnesses that said that they saw military people on hands and knees, would they do that for a weather balloon? So when you put your little laughing face, you might want to do a little bit more research before that, because I think one of us might know a little bit more than the other one. Elaine's wrote, if it is do. I wonder if that's another one of these proverbs that's come out. We're getting loads tonight. Thank you, Elaine. Catherine's wrote, oh, you buy the globe nonsense. Yeah, I can't help it. It's just, it's just no one can answer one of my questions. Not one. I had the guy on tonight, asked him one question, couldn't answer it, didn't answer it, avoided it. Nicely, politely, but he just changed the subject. So when you can't answer one simple question, and I've got like 10 simple questions, nothing to do with math or anything, it's just a simple question. When you got that, and then they avoid the question, then yeah. Like I say, I've been writing these 2 books, which I will when they're completed and everything and all done. I'll let everyone know if they're interested. But I'm struggling to hell. I was being polite to the guy. I am struggling to hell on the trying to pretend that I'm a flat earther in the book. In other words, writing questions. They're novelty books that you would give someone. So, for example, if you know someone that is a flat earther, you'd buy this as a present for them because it's got questions that they can't answer. And vice versa, if you are a flat earther and you know someone that's a glober, you would buy this book as a novelty for them because they wouldn't be able to answer the questions in the book. But I am struggling to hell because every time I put down a question, and I've gone through countless hours of trying to find questions that flat earthers would use for the thing where I can debunk it, and it's crazy. But yeah, so I'm a glober. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, or not unfortunately. Patriots wrote, bastardized descendants of Nephilim, possibly apart from their DNA alteration. I'm guessing that's Bigfoot. I don't know what I was talking about. If you're talking about Bigfoot, no, totally different content. In fact, who was it the other day? Bashar again. Was it Bashar? I flicked through on TikTok and I think it was Bashar. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Talking about Bigfoot being, what was he saying? Something to do with descendant of the Anunnaki or the Anunnaki created them. I don't know if that was it. Someone sent me the link. That was it. Someone sent me the link to watch. Oh man, someone stop that guy. He's lethal. Not even on the same continent. Not even on the same continent. No. But hey, he sits there and luckily closes his eyes, and just whenever he does it in front of a live studio audience, the spirits, or not spirits, the aliens that he channel are always awake for him, which is great. And they're always answering questions that they would have to know. I was listening to it. They would have to know. They would have to live on Earth, basically, to have known all the answers to every single question that people asked. Literally. And, I could sit there and debunk it all day long, but I'm not that type of person. But, yeah, frustrating. Frustrating. Sorry, moving on. Boris is right. I've done 40 years researching you. Okay, Boris. You hopefully will have found that my Google calls me God. I'm very egotistical, but I'm a nice guy. That's probably all you'll get from 40 years researching me. Lazar has wrote, humanity is an intelligent species. We seek answers and reasons. Cerebral products has wrote, seriously, question mark. I'm guessing that's to do with you don't believe any of this. Lewis wrote, can you believe in Santa but at some point, but you have to realise you were lied to? Yep, I did believe in Santa for a very long, too many years. Bearing in mind I was in special needs. I think I was about 15 or something when probably 12, when my mum told me Santa's not real, and I shed a little tear. I know I was 12. I know, crazy, isn't it? I think it was probably more to do with the fact that my mum was been lying to me, and she used to lie to me and say, "Open your mouth. The fairies are at the end of the garden. They're going to watch you if you don't eat this food." I don't know if anyone else's parents did that to them back then, but so of course now you know why I'm into looking into fairies and stuff. Watching me eat. How dare they? Pink has wrote, people would have powers, magic, money, and all. I'm guessing that was to do with selling your soul. Maybe they do. maybe they do. Maybe they're the ones in charge. Nate has wrote, Earth is a ghetto. Why aliens ain't shown themselves? Yeah, I mean, depending where they land, they will probably be shot at. I mean, there's people out there that would steal your hubcaps off of your car. Imagine if a UFO landed. I'll have that. Pink Moon has wrote, manifesting works different. It's a lot of shadow work and actually making changes to reach your goal. Yeah, I think manifesting works better as well in groups. Everything that I've researched shows that group manifestation. That's why, what's his name? The Israeli guy, the spoon bender, Uri Geller, does those. Fix your watch, but they use as a group, and that's why people, when they pray for rain, etc., sometimes it does happen. So I think it's a manifestation thing. George Norrie's done that a few times, and it's worked on the radio station, where he's asked people to not necessarily pray, but concentrate on rain in a particular area that's had drought, and within a day or two it starts raining, and he comes back on the radio and says, "Wow, it worked." Caesar's wrote, "How do you know the true history?" It's a fair question. In fact, you're the first person tonight I want to give top of the class, because it's a fair question. I can only go by as much evidence as I can compared to no evidence. So, for example, the Bible's got no evidence, whereas where I go by is, we're talking history as opposed to modern ufology. So I go by the ancient texts, which have taught us things that we didn't know. So when you've got ancient texts that's it could be any age, but we could put it down as 3 to 10,000 years. Could be well older than that, but some of it is after that, because obviously it's after the flood, and they talk about the flood. So when we've got texts that tell us stuff that we then found out a couple of hundred years after finding the original text, that there's no way they would have known unless they were out in the solar system, then I go by that as my true history, because it kind of all makes sense. We've got evidence of it. We've got scrolls, we've got clay tablets, we've got cylinder seals, we've got carvings, we've got buildings that we can't even recreate. So there's enough evidence, I think. You'd have to be pretty head in the sand if you didn't look at all the evidence that we've got and then say, no, there's no such thing. So I think, yeah. First name is wrote, imagine having an opinion when you can't even understand basic physics. And then the same person wrote, they get paid Jack. I'm guessing that's a negative at me. I don't know what I was talking about at that point, whether or not you're referring to Neil deGrasse Tyson at that point, maybe, because you're talking about they get paid Jack. Luckily, I don't use Jack as one of my many names, so I know you're not talking to me. Lazar's wrote, I mean, come on, isn't a valid argument. Not sure who said it. I mean, come on. I know I probably do say things like, come on, let's be honest. Because when I then say something thereafter, no one can actually answer it. So if you're referring to me saying, oh, come on, let's be honest, then I say a question or a point and no one could debunk it, then let's be honest, it's probably a fair point that I've said. Caesars wrote to first name 2000, logic is all you need. It goes a long way, I think, logic. Elaine has wrote, if it is a dome, how do alien craft get in? Cat flap? Yeah, I know. Yeah. The problem is that I guess they'll say there's no such thing as aliens. I mean, in the book, the world's gone flat. I point out, one of these massive meteorite craters, and sort of say, how did that happen? Because if some flat earthers say no, that's not a meteorite, but then I say, well, okay, so why has the moon got the same sort of shaped craters on it if it's plasma? And then they say, well, no, it's a reflection of Earth. And I say, okay, well, we don't have all of those craters now on Earth, so if it's a reflection, something still hit the moon, because you can actually see it. I mean, we've got a crack in the sea of tranquility and everything, so we can see it's not a reflection of.
Email
so
message.
Yes, Elaine,
There
you're
is
right.
an email
It's a
message.
question they can't answer. Pink Moon is right, and making positive choices in your life to move towards your dreams, goals, and desires. I would agree with that. It doesn't always work. I don't think for people. I've known a few people that had dreams and just never come true for them. But yeah, it's probably the best way to live, though. Happy. Scrolling down. Grateful Guys wrote, What are your conclusions about these subjects? Anything surprising? So aliens, obviously, there's the Anunnaki is one type of alien, and then you've got the more modern ones that have been abducting us, etc. So is there anything surprising about aliens? I mean, Linda Moulton Howe is probably the best person to listen to when she talks. And recently, I know I've said it before, but recently she's come out with the fact that she believes, based off of a witness or eyewitness, a military person, that the Greys, the Palladians, and the Greys, meaning I'm guessing the Orion Greys, the Greys, the Palladians, and the Dracos all hate each other, all are buzzing around Earth, and are all stealing each other's light energy beings that join with them. In other words, there's a fourth race. There's many other races, but the fourth race would be a light energy being. So she's saying that is what's being stolen now. So when they kill one of the others, so they're all fighting each other. When they kill one of the others, they then steal that light energy being before it can float off or go or do whatever it needs to do, and then they capture it to stop that then going back round inside another one of those Palladians, so then it doesn't have a soul with it. So that's what she's saying, which is interesting. That's surprising to me. Blue Skies wrote, hello, what is your best self-research you have find you like the most? I would probably say Atlantis, only because so many people have tried to find Atlantis, and as I say earlier, forgive me if I keep repeating myself, literally the only things they can come up with is one or two things that they say, well, it's in the Azores, or it's in Antarctica, or some people even said it's England. Some people said it's the planet, but they don't have a second reason. Or sometimes they might have a first. They might say, well, it's because it's circular in shape, or because it's underwater, there's some buildings or something underwater, and therefore it's Atlantis. And then they try and shoehorn some of what Plato had said into it. They really do. They shoehorn, even though they forget all the other points that doesn't match. They'll try and shoehorn their argument. Whereas I didn't do that. I did not do that. I think I'm the only person that I've come across that's not done that, and I've gone by what I can research, and I've come up with 14 points that match where Atlantis would be. So yeah, that's my best research, I think, and that's 40 years of research. But Patron has wrote, I like how we create a whole dinosaur from a tiny fragment. We do have. There was a full size T-Rex. God, this is going back 15 years ago. There was a whole program on it where they was actually uncovering it and taking it out, and they took it to. It was an independent archaeologist, and she managed to get it taken out. They took it to. I can't remember the name. They named it. Forgive me, my nose is blocked. They named the dinosaur, and they were still, while the program was going on, they were still trying to dig it out. They basically cut the whole thing out with rock as well, bedrock, and shipped it off to this warehouse that they ended up hiring. What was the name of the bloody thing? You can probably look it up. So anyway, there was a whole dinosaur, T-Rex, that this woman had found. And by the end of the program, they still hadn't obviously cut through all the rock and everything. It was a really long process, so it was going to be another couple of years. But that was so for someone to bury that and then have a TV program go after it and say, it was the most complete skeleton that they'd ever found. So when you say, it's funny how dinosaurs are found from tiny little bits, sometimes they're not found from tiny little bits. So, yeah, I guess you're trying to say there's no such thing as dinosaurs, which is really crazy because, to go around the world and ring 200 years ago and ring round, we didn't even have phones, and send telegraphs around to every institution and say, listen, make up some bones, will ya? And, pretend they're these dinosaurs. Or if you see these massive chicken bones, pretend they're dinosaurs. We'll create new species for a giggle. It's a bit of a laugh. And I'll tell you what, start teaching people how to search for these chicken bones because it's a bit of a giggle, and have institutions and have schools for them, and they can get paid to go and look for these, either fake bones or chicken bones or human bones that are giants, that we then hide the giant ones and then pretend that we've got dinosaurs. Just doesn't make sense to me. 200 years ago when they started looking into this, all around the world, everyone had to follow suit. Nowadays, I'd probably agree, with mobile phones and stuff, but back then, no. Pink Moon Meditations were actually, you just gave me an idea to help my aunt and uncle with their marriage. Thank you. I don't know if that was me or whether it was to do with the dinosaur fragment, but okay, I'll pretend it was something I said. Don't do anything bad to them. They seem lovely. Caesar's right. How do you confirm your history is true above the common told story? Because I go back to the original sources, which debunk. Literally, you've got stone tablets that literally say it as it is and point to places. There's maps on these stones. Some of these have got maps on where they're pointing to Eridu and Sapur and and all these places that they literally said that they built cities at. No one does that back then as a giggle when they're first ever writing and they start making up this story. Hundreds of thousands of tablets, 130,000 in the British Museum alone, talking about all sorts of things. Enlil, Enki, Ninhursag, all the people, the main people that's repeated over and over again up and down Mesopotamia, even Egypt, etc. It's just, yeah, that's true history. You can't, I don't know anyone that would look at that and then say, no, that's all made up. Therefore, because if that's made up, therefore then the Bible's made up, because obviously it talks about stuff that's in the Bible. So one of them's got to be right. But Bobo's right, my daughter is a flat earth believer. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Run now while you can. They're getting more and more of them, aren't they? Boris is right. I've got pictures of the ice wall. I'm guessing in Antarctica, because let's be honest. There you go. There we go. When I say, come on, let's be honest, because you're not going to be able to show me pictures of behind Australia or anywhere else other than the North or South Pole where there's big, huge chunks of ice. So yes, people have got pictures of ice walls in Antarctica because it's mostly made of ice. Am I the only one that sees that, or am I just being stupid? That I don't know. Winnie's wrote to Boris, it's an iceberg. First name is wrote. Who said scientists get paid lots of money to lie? Laugh out loud. I think they do. I think certain scientists do. Bill Nye, who I've come to understand is from basically people like yourselves that have told me that he's there to sort of give disinformation. So when you got it's all to do with disinformation. So when someone needs you to believe something, they'll get people of authority, and look at the last couple of years. They were actors and everything were being paid to tell us, and musicians were being paid to tell us to take a particular thing in the arm, and they were, regardless of whatever their beliefs were, they were paid to do that. On adverts and all sorts of things. So yeah, you can see quite easily why scientists would lie if it doesn't go along with, wait for it, the narrative of the people that fund them. And when you realise the people that fund them are the elites, and you'll say, who's the elites? And I'll say Rockefellers, and you'll say, yeah, they're into everything, aren't they? They really are into everything. Yeah. First name, right? Do you even know what a peer review is? Yes, I do. Yep. Which is why the people that denounce those particular sheets of paper get sacked from their jobs. Did you even know that? Terence has wrote loads of demony type faces. Scrolling down, first name. You can't just lie about your research, and then wrote LMFAO, laugh my off. I don't lie about my research. If you could debunk me or debate with me, please do. Please do. Please do. But it won't happen. Caesar's wrote, are you having people on the chat? I did earlier. Technically, I should have put my boy to bed an hour and 15 minutes ago. So I wouldn't be able to do it tonight. But catch me another time. I'm normally on, 2 or 3 times or 4 times a week. So feel free to catch me then. Sorry, I can't help it. I do like to go through as many questions as I can before I leave. I don't know why. Bobo's right. I believe in spirits, but I don't care if the world is flat or round. That's a nice way of looking at it, really. I wish I didn't care, but I'm sort of stuck now caring about the globe. Terence has put a hell of a lot of little icons, which is great. Pink has wrote, dang it, I accidentally scrolled out. Oh, thank you, though. It sounds like you was enjoying the chat. Leo has wrote, are you hiring? I'm very interested in this type of work and would love to check it out. I do this side. I do just on my own spare time. My sort of full-time job is more. I mean, I'm helping a particular company at the moment, but my full-time job really is film work. Sorry, my nose is so blocked. Joe has wrote, I research cryptids. I've heard of a mermaid story from an actual witness. I'd be interested to know what your. I won't be able to get to you though, but maybe join another day and let me know what the description of the mermaid is, because then I can match it to the description of what someone had said that they'd seen. Not the ones on TikTok where they're lying there, and that's not the fake ones, but a genuine one. I'd be interested to hear what your description is. Boris has wrote pictures of me on the ice wall on my Insta. Brilliant. You managed to get onto either an iceberg or Antarctica, which isn't that difficult. You're not allowed to go certain places in Antarctica, but Boris, it's not behind Australia, is it? The ice wall. You're not the first person ever in the history of the planet, ever, to bump into an ice wall behind anywhere else other than the North and South Pole and stand there, not get warned off, bearing in mind, because now what you're trying to say is that the ice wall is real. So if it's real and it's not Antarctica where you're allowed to go, certain places you're allowed to go in Antarctica. So if you're saying to me you were not warned off of the ice wall, that means anyone can go there, which means, you know what I'm talking about, behind anywhere else, Australia, Scotland, Hawaii, anywhere that's the edge. So if you're telling me you took a picture somewhere else other than North or South Pole on ice, well, this is amazing. You would be the first person in history never to have been warned off, bearing in mind no one else has ever said that they've been warned off, but you'll be the first person. So what you should do is geotag that picture. Do you know how to do that? Yeah, it's all changed now, isn't it? It's back to Antarctica. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. I can't help it. It's a curse. Lions wrote, spirits exist, but the rest is just demons. Yeah, I'm too late in the evening to explain what a demon is to Lion. You know what the funny thing is? The truth of the matter is, the closest you'll get to a demon is a jinn, really, and which is just, you know, effectively a spirit, but a different type of spirit to the ones that join with us. So where Lions wrote, spirits exist, but the rest are just demons, really, the closest would have been the rest exist, but spirits are just demons. That would have been closer to it, in my opinion. Bobo's right. I mean, we all are going to die at some point, so why stress over the shape of the Earth? I know, I can't help it. I know. I guess it stems from all this kind of research. I need to find the answers. Loki has wrote actual. Not sure what that's referring to. Caesars wrote to Boris, a picture of the ice wall is not a picture of the ice wall. You said it better than I did, to be fair. I could have just read yours and that would have been the end of me instead of waffling on. Ruby has wrote, what is a huge black mass shadow? Question mark. Not come across a huge black mass. I mean, if you said it was a humanoid figure, then I would have said shadow person, but not a huge black mass shadow. I've not come across that ever. I can't answer that. Sorry, Ruby. Never heard that before. I'm guessing you've come across it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry. I Am Groot has wrote, mermaids were people who could swim with legs, and people who couldn't thought they had tails. So I would probably go along with the ancient texts, with the fact that Enki literally created, in the ancient texts, created two types of mermaid, or mermen, however you want to pronounce it. And then Poseidon in Greek times also created mermen. So I'd probably go along with that, bearing in mind Enki also created centaurs, minotaurs, and so on, including humans. So I'd probably go with that than yours. So, sorry, I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying that's how I roll. Mayo has wrote, Bigfoot is one of the people that was raised from the dead when Jesus died on the cross. My take. Again, Bigfoot's a totally different continent. So he would have had to have raised from the dead, grabbed a boat, sailed over to America, took a family with him. Yeah, I don't see it myself. Plus, we've got eyewitnesses saying that they come in and out of craft, alien craft. First name is wrote to huge. Your logic and reasoning is broken. Use your brain. You can't test it. Is the globe itself? Globe yourself. Sounds like you agree with me there. That forgive me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're saying the same thing that I say. You can't do a test on the planet that you're doing a test on, and expect to get the same results as you would if you was a full-size planet that has its own gravity. Robbins wrote, hi from New Orleans, LA, USA. Hi there. For those, thank you. Nice of you to say hi. Just for those of you that are new to my channel or whatever, I have 900 odd videos that cover all of these, and I kind of point to, I say kind of, because sometimes it's eyewitnesses and things like that, but I do point to as much evidence as I possibly can. And it's not just that, I cover all sorts of things, time travel, deja vu. You might not agree with them, but some people enjoy watching them nonetheless. Sandwich has wrote, so I can just walk underwater, but it's not like I'm just tell everyone that. I'm sorry, I don't know what that meant. Sorry. Oh, my nose. Spiritual Misfit has wrote, hello from California. I'm a believer. Brilliant. In capitals. I'm guessing you may have come across something to make you write that in capitals over time. Mackenzie is hiding. As wrote, Australian here. No ice wall anywhere near here. Thank you. Whew, I was getting worried there. Technically, it should only be 4,000 miles away, which, a plane or a boat could get to, or even a telescope on a flat Earth. But hey, luckily you've helped me out there, because I'm starting to worry about how many flat Earthers there are. Paulette has wrote, hello from Florida. Ah, nice. Been there once, loved it. Beautiful place. Scrolling down, people chatting to each other. Two Gears has put 2 little feet, which is great. Boris has wrote, hello from the ice wall. Hello to Antarctica. How are you there? What's your geotag say on the picture? Thank you, Brian. Bobo's to me the moon is the moon. I know is humans named it, but that's what it is. Yeah, I agree. It's the moon. User 39 is right. Enlil is Yahweh, the Christian and Judaism god. I would agree with that, actually. And Lord is Enki. Deez has wrote, how likely is it that aliens live among us? Hybrids do, from everything that I've heard from whistleblowers. Hybrid ones basically over the last 3,000, 6,000 years, 5,000 years. Luke Greys have been manipulating our DNA to eventually have hybrids that could live here on Earth. For what reason, I have no idea. But supposedly they are now done with their hybrid program, and they put hybrids back on Earth. Whatever reason, I have no idea. I'd love to know. Crow is right. How do you know when a video is real or fake or not? I love researching this, but where can you get the concrete? I'm guessing that's concrete. Well, I look at videos based on many things. So there was one the other day that was on TikTok, and as soon as I saw it, I knew it was fake. Because I do see. I've got many hats, and one of them is CGI work as well. I've been doing it for as long as CGI's been out, really. So as soon as I saw this video, and it basically was a person saying, "Look, this is real." So straight away, there's your warning, and then they say, "Look at this light appear over the ground." In other words, it was a portal. So it wasn't one of those ones where it appears in the bedroom where the guy's creating a sound, which are fake as well, by the way. But this one was a bright light, sort of like a portal. And then the person talking says, look at the... So this is actually an audio voiceover, so it wasn't actually done at that point. So someone's supposedly downloaded this video for someone else, I'm guessing, and then is saying, hey, look at this video, it's real. Look at the light lighting up the ground below. Yeah. Now, if I was to make a video and do that, I would probably say the same thing, because you can easily increase the brightness on just even After Effects will do it. You don't even need to go to Blender or anything else like that. So you can do it piece of cake. So this person's highlighted that, and the lighting was raised as opposed to light. So in other words, the brightness was raised as opposed to a light being shone on it. So because the difference between that would be the shadows of the grass, etc., would be coming away from the light, if that makes sense. And you have to deal with all of this when you do CGI. You have to know where the light sources are coming from. And all they've done is raise the brightness of the grass, which means there's no shadows underneath or anywhere. So straight away, and I mean even the freaking, excuse my language, even the actual glow effect that they had was poorly done. So yeah, it's fake. So how do you tell? I don't know. I look at many things. I look at where it was shot, the height of things. So for again, this portal supposedly was, I don't know what, 6-7 foot off the ground. Just so happens head height wasn't 20 foot in the air. If it was 20 foot in the air, I might have thought, interesting. It was always head height, and the same as the guy with the portals in his bedroom. Guess what you can see? You can see outside, and even the guy admits, he says, oh, I know where that is. Yeah, of course you know where it is, because you went and filmed the area. Head height. Head height. Why would it be head height? Because obviously if you stick a tripod down, unless you lower the legs, it's going to be generally head height. So he's filmed this location, come back, used some editing software, which is a piece of cake to do these days, and stuck, when he pretended he's messing around with his sound frequency, this portal appears over his bed, and lo and behold, you can see the head height footage. Now, if it was looking down on the planet, or if it was looking into space, that you could see through this portal, no, it was head height, and it was somewhere he knew. Come on. So yeah, that was fake. So yeah, I don't know. I look at various things, and the fact his calmness and all this kind of stuff, and how they talk, I take into consideration. And nowadays you can match move. So he was moving around in his bedroom with the camera, which is easily done, match move. But back, let's just say 1996, when the footage of the crop circles were formed in Britain, and it was called Oliver's Castle footage. And the guy was zooming in, zooming out, panning, tilting, all on its axis. 1996 was only 3 years after Jurassic Park, and Jurassic Park, Spielberg said to the people, Industrial Light and Magic, he said, look, I don't want to lock my cameras down. Sorry if I'm boring everyone. I don't want to lock my cameras down. I want to be able to make it look like the handheld, which is what this kid done, but he didn't use CGI because it was only ILM that had that technology back then, and this kid was in the UK. Trust me, I know, because I was filming since I was 14. So I know, I know what technology was out there at the time for 1996, and there was no technology, homemade technology, that would have been able to do that. Not unless you was, had serious deep pockets. And again, the kid just, I say kid, the young guy, took the footage straight into a pub after he saw these two orbs within 5 seconds flattened a crop circle. Now you can do that if you lock the tripod down and go down and make the crop circle and then carry on recording. That's how Star Trek makes the people seem to disappear in the teleporter. It was easily done. That's why it's always locked when you see them going well, I say locked if you don't know what that means. But basically, the camera's not moving because it's easier to just pause it, move the object out of the way, and carry on recording. And hey presto, you've got it. So yeah, how do I know? It's probably, for me, it's a mixture of everything: CGI, filming, and logic based stuff. Okay, I'm probably going to do a few more because my God, it's 11:30. Jeez. Okay, my boy's still playing his TV loud, so I'm going to do a couple more questions and then I'll have to shoot. But if anyone's interested, I do have a website that's got podcasts and videos and da. It's called ourtruehistory.co.uk, or you can scroll all the way to the bottom of here on my videos, or you can go to YouTube, which is ourtruehistory.co. Well, just called Our True History on YouTube. And I do have a Patreon page where I talk about things that I've not talked about here. You can go and have a look and see if there's anything there that you might tickle your fancy. And it's called Our True History on Patreon. Right, so a few more questions, and then I'm going to have to go and sort bits out. Gary's, so I scrolled all the way down while I was talking. So, so I've just picked somewhere at random. Gary's wrote, "Could the pillars of creation be trans?" Not sure what the trans part is, whether that's to do with, trans nowadays, or whether it's trans as in something else. So I don't know what trans means in that term. Sorry, Gary. Maybe catch me when I'm not so tired next time. Forgive me. Sorry. Yeah, or just explain what you meant by trans. I don't get that. Sorry. Just scrolling down. Gary's wrote, "Have you ever seen a real patron AS on the end? Patroness? I don't spell work in real. Have you ever seen a real I'll spell it for people. PATRONAS. Patronas. Spell work in real. I'd probably not know. To be honest, I don't even know what a Patronos is, even if I'm pronouncing it right. Sorry, Gary. That's 2 out of 2. I couldn't answer of yours. Sausages wrote, "If astrology was a human creation, and now we have astronomy, because of forward-thinking evolution." Well, technically, astrology wasn't a human thing. It was an Anunnaki thing. We've got tablets of them looking up, giving us the calendars. Changing they had 13 months originally, and then they changed it to 12. This is all based on stars, etc. So it was the Anunnaki. We've got tablets that literally cover Enki and Enlil and so on, talking about our cosmos, the stars, our planet, and everything. So yeah, humans didn't learn that until way later, and even then we weren't fully told about it, which is why people like Galileo, etc., started to work out a few more things that we'd already written about in ancient tablets, but he's then come along and seen it with a telescope and then wrote about it again. So yeah, it wasn't us. Gary's wrote, "Is Norway real?" Gary's asking some really weird questions that I'm not. Maybe Gary's being a bit silly. I don't know. Ask the Norwegian, I would guess. Did I go to Norway? Have I been to Norway? I can't remember if I've been to Norway, but I think I have. No, not Norway. No. Anyway, sorry. First Namers wrote, "They have nothing to do with each other." I'm behind now on. He's talking to someone else. Sorry. J Gutters wrote, "Demons, unclean spirit, disembodied spirit." I would say jinn, so you're not far wrong. Technically, demon the actual name is a meteorite back in the day, but Gary's wrote, "Is Catwoman real?" And then Gary wrote, "Could you do me a favour and block me because I'm being a numpty?" Oh, Gary, just in case you was interested, I have to block you now because you're being a numpty. And I say that because Gary then went on to say, "You're actually really smart. Thank you very much. I enjoy listening to you, but still block me." Oh, Gary, okay, I'll do that. And I only do that because, I'm spending my time talking, answering questions, and then I get someone, as you say, like yourself, Gary, who called yourself a numpty. So I'm just blocking it just so I don't waste time on numpties. Sorry, Gary. Okay, scrolling down. Riz the Biz is right. I don't believe in Bigfoot. Everything else you have nailed it. I love your channel. Oh, thank you very much. The thing that gets me on the Bigfoot, I know I've said this before, but people with their dogs, that the dogs chase after Bigfoot, and the Bigfoot picks it up, grabs it, and breaks its neck and turns it 360 degrees up and down America. Not just one person. And when the police come and they say it was Bigfoot and it broke the dog's neck, and there's police reports of that. If it's not a Bigfoot twisting a dog's neck 360 degrees and people saying that they saw a Bigfoot and, went off and the dog chased after it, if it's not a Bigfoot, what is it then with these police reports and all these people breaking dogs' necks? And then just so happens not only breaking their own dogs' necks, but pretending it was a Bigfoot up and down America. Or is it a Bigfoot? That's what gets me. Forgetting the footprints and everything else. You've got people distraught that their dogs have died. Yeah, that always gets me, that one. Ritz is right. I don't believe in Bigfoot. I read that one. Gary's Row. That's the same person as that I blocked earlier. Ritz is right. I don't believe. I've read that one. Ritz is right again. Elamont is right. I've been looking through some of your videos and they do make sense. Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. I try my hardest, and I argue with myself as well. If you've ever listened to me on lives, I'll say, but hang on, you could argue, and then I'll go through it, because there's no point in just putting out one point of view. I argue with myself until I come to the only conclusion that is. So I hope that comes across in the videos. People were chatting to each other. Martin's laughed out loud. Hopefully it was something funny I said instead of just laughing at me. Laura's wrote, hello. Hi, Laura. You've caught me at the end-ish of this live, but thank you for joining. My nose is so blocked, isn't it? Martin's wrote, there's loads of flat earthers now. I know. Thank you, Ammo, for the rose. There are loads of flat earthers. Yeah. I don't know what to say about that, really. Kyla Roberts has wrote, morning, mate. What a name. Brilliant name. Kyla Robert. Like that. Roberts. Morning, mate. Morning. Morning back to you. It's a cool name. Scrolling down. Kyla Roberts, how's you? Bit of a blocked nose, to be fair with you. And then Kyla Roberts has wrote, Yahweh is the tree. Too late for me to go into all of that right now. And Laura's wrote, was it moved from another place to keep our planet safe? Was it moved from another place? I'm guessing you're referring to the moon. So if you go by the tablet that's in the British Museum, that's the oldest known writings that we have from a race that shouldn't have known about solar systems and asteroid belts and even the moon and how planets and moons smash into it. If you go by that tablet, Umm Elish, literally it says that their home planet, Nibiru, came in. They don't tell you how far back, so it could have been millions of years ago, or it could have been a million years ago, but I'm guessing millions of years ago. If not, possibly a billion years ago. But either way, they say that their planet came in as a rogue planet into our solar system. And their planet had 4 moons. Earth wasn't here at this point. There was a big planet called Tiamat that was a massive planet. And as their planet, which is also a big planet, their planet's at least 4 times the size of Earth. As it came round, according to the tablet, they called it the 4 winds, but it was four moons. They name planets as deities, but anyway, so they had four moons, and those moons smashed into Tiamat, and they describe how it broke up. and eventually one part, now the Tiamat had gold on it, had water and land, as above so below, but let's not confuse the Bible people. So anyway, it broke up and Earth got the water and some of the land. Part of it ended up being the moon, forming the moon, and the remaining parts ended up becoming what we call the asteroid belt, as they called it in the tablet, the hammer bracelet, because if you try and get through it, you get hammered, literally. So that's where the moon come from, if you believe in those tablets. Which, so for someone to write that thousands of years ago and talk about another planet, we have telescopes now, but if we didn't have telescopes and didn't know, to write down that another planet came into our solar system, smashed up another planet because of the moons, bearing in mind we can only see one moon now with our naked eyes, and that's our moon. So to know there's moons out there that circle other planets, we do know because we've got telescopes, but back then we would have only seen one moon, and to us we wouldn't even know that was a moon. We would just think that's just another planet. How would we know that it was circling us instead of circling the sun? Bearing in mind we thought that we was the center of the earth. So you get the point. Is if someone's wrote that far back, they probably know something we don't, unless they're making up a hell of a good story for the sake of it, and using the name Marduk, which just so happens is our friend Marduk, who was Enki's son. So to throw that in there and keep the narrative going still of the whole Egyptian, Roman, and Greek stories, although slightly different names in some places, but still the same stories. So for every scribe out there that learnt to read and write, to come out with a story and carry that narrative on for thousands of years throughout different countries, you got to ask yourself, is it really just all stories, or is it, these almighty beings? And I say almighty because to us back then, they were almighty. They could live for thousands or eternity, because we weren't living long enough to know how long they would live back then. So yeah, that's why I kind of go with that tablet, because why would they write that if they didn't have some prior knowledge that we didn't? Codeine wrote, "Are you Muslim since you was talking about jinns?" No, I just researched into them. So I'm not any religion, simply because if you're going to go with a religion, it's a man-made thing. It really is. The Anunnaki, who were here in the tablets, never had a religion. We worshipped them, absolutely. They created us, smarter than us, and they wanted us to worship them, and they had a bit of an ego, as you probably can tell from their the transcripts of the tablets. Certainly Enki had an ego. I think they all had an ego, certainly the main 12 gods, even Inanna. But yeah, they never had a religion whatsoever. No one had a name for religion. It was just, hey, worship me because I'm, Marduk. Worship me because I'm the goddess Iana. Worship me because I'm Athena. Worship me because I'm Ishtar. Worship me because, and there was no religion whatsoever. And it wasn't until man decided to knock up some sort of religions, and then other people got the idea, and it went on. So there's no point in me believing in something that man made up, especially when we've got the original tablets we can actually just go back to. Scrolling down, people chatting to each other. Something I can't even see, but it's wrote. Something Brown has wrote. Hi King, I love your podcast. Oh, thank you. I'm guessing you listen to them on Spotify or something. Thank you very much. It's nice of you to say. First name 2000s wrote, I'm guessing to me, you're connecting dots that don't exist. If you can just tell me one. I'm too tired now to go through it, and there's 39 still more messages, even though I've almost got to the end. But feel free to join next time and point me, if you're talking to me, just tell me one particular thing that I've said wrong, and I'll point you to where I get that information from. So for example, I'm talking about the tablets where you say you're connecting dots that don't exist. The tablets are there. Many people's translated them, and we've got carvings, drawings, maps. Everything matches exactly as it should do if you was an alien race that came here. Everything matches. That's if he was talking to me. I don't know if he was. Sausage wrote, simple human minds had to wonder before they could prove. It's that simple, dude. I'm guessing you're saying that they would have wondered and wrote the whole story for thousands of years over different countries. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but that doesn't sit. No, that wouldn't sit right with me. For everyone to be wondering and carrying on everyone else's story about Enki and Enlil and then and creating a fictitious King Anu that suddenly appears every now and then because he comes from another planet, and then writing about the Abzu, what's his name, Gaozu, and then writing about an almighty being as well. That just doesn't sit. Yeah, it doesn't work for me. Scrolling down, people chatting to each other. Sorry, I think there's two people chatting to each other. That's probably where all these messages have gone. The Wizards wrote thoughts on the Freemasons. They were, in my opinion, the builders that the Anunnaki taught and even possibly created, particularly for that role. They were the builders, which is why they ended up becoming Freemasons and the Masons. So they had knowledge. Sorry if I'm being brief, it's because I should have put my boy in bed 2 hours ago, and his TV's still loud, and upstairs is probably going to moan. Scrolling down, Honey Monster has wrote, I had an encounter with a hairy hominid while driving up to work in 2000. It scared the life out of me. Wow, okay. I'm guessing Bigfoot. But you didn't mention Bigfoot, so that's interesting. Ammo had sent me a rose. Oh, thank you. Just trying to get through as quick as possible now. Nick had wrote, yeah, right. I was behind on whatever. And then Nick wrote, liar. Okay, so if that's to do with me, where I say a lot, I do that because I don't like, because you can't see my face, I don't like dead air, if that makes sense. If you know anything about radio broadcasts, I don't like leaving a gap. So I will say a lot, just to make sure that, you can hear me and it's not suddenly, because when I listen to radio broadcasts, if someone's, like coast to coast, if it goes quiet, I think always, especially if I'm listening to it in the car, always my internet died or whatever. So that's one thing. And also, sitting here at, nearly midnight, trying to recall certain names of things and certain places where things are, I might say, that happens. I don't have a crystal ball sitting in front of me, when I don't have pens and piece of paper with all the exact answers that people are going to be asking me. So if I do say, it's not me lying, and again, even though you called me a liar, which I will block you for because that's rude, you can go and verify all the things that I've said. So, to you. So yeah, looking at he's got no followers and all that kind of stuff, so he's a troll. Should have just blocked him instead of wasting my time. Again, there's my first name's been chatting to someone, so I don't want to keep reading out first names. I think, still talking to someone. AESO has wrote, very skeptical but willing to hear your side. I'm guessing that's give an overview of the Anunnaki. Well, I have gotten videos that I think will convince you. But if you're not interested in the videos, then hopefully you've heard me talking about the tablets. Just go to the last 4 or 5 videos of mine, not the pinned ones, they're flat earth. We go to the last 4 or 5 videos where I read out some translations of these tablets where it talks about Enki being the Lord and Enki creating humans to carry their baskets for them and stuff like that. Then if once you've watched those, then if you're interested, go watch my remaining or the other videos, preferably from 1 onwards, because I do everything in a chronological order if at all possible. Sorry. Sorry. A first name had wrote, sorry, Outer History, I was talking to someone else, but what connection is there to humans and Anunnaki? Literally, watch my last 5 videos, and you'll see the Oxford University's translated the tablets that are in the British Museum. So we've got them. It's not, we can point to them. You can go look at them. However, not all of them are on display. There's 130,000 of them, so they don't have them all on display in the British Museum. But the Oxford University, now just not one person, many people in the Oxford University has translated them. So you can actually go and look at different translations of them. Literally, it says the Anunnaki tried to create humans to do their workload, and the first 7 came out all deformed, and then the Oxford University don't have the other particular tablet, because literally the one that says it came out with red skin, etc. I don't know whether they ever had it or whether they're not going to show that, because literally if they show it, it's going to say as Sitchin has already translated it, so I don't know where he got that particular one from, but it says that the humans or Adamu, as they called it, came out. The first one came out red as the clay, in other words, colour of the clay. Second one was a female, came out with sand coloured hair and was pale like they were. So if the Oxford University actually showed that and said that, then that means they're admitting that we were genetically created, and that's your first 2. That isn't Adam and Eve, that's the first 2 over in South Africa in the Abzu. But everything else is there that you need to know. So yeah. Avatar has wrote, do you have a cold? I have a blocked nose, yeah. I've got an appointment again with the doctor. It just hasn't gone from a long time ago. So now my nose is so blocked, sorry. Just scrolling down. Avatar has wrote, do you believe there are more ancient pyramids in the USA uncovered with dirt and trees and mountains? Yes. I don't know how many. I certainly think there might be more than one. Certainly Mesoamerica areas. Yeah, I think there probably is more pyramids around the world that we haven't found. Yeah, sorry. Scrolling down. Okay, I think I've come to the end, really, because people are still chatting to each other. So I know you guys are chatting to each other, but I'm going to have to shoot because I've got let dogs out that I should have done 2 hours ago. So thank you very much, everybody. It's been a great evening. I hope you got something out of this, if nothing else. And thank you for all the gifts that everybody sent me. I don't do it for gifts. I do it because I enjoy doing it. And I will catch everyone later on. I'm surprised my phone didn't overheat tonight. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Avatar, for saying feel better. Thank you, Winnie. You don't have to, Winnie. Stop. Save it for someone else. Save it for your doggy. I bless you, though. Thank you. Okay, I'll let everyone go now. Thank you, guys. Take care. Night. Bye.